started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. And we will, just before we start right into the director's report, we're just going to check to see if there are any reports on related work from any of the commissioners. Mr. Labhart, did you want to talk a little bit about
the Oregon Wildlife Society met. We were talking about, we had a panel, a preliminary discussion on the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Plan. And so Davia is the expert on that. So maybe 2 minutes from Davia, if that's okay, to give a report on that.
Thank you.
I gave her a little bit of a heads up, so she isn't totally surprised.
Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator for the department. And Commissioner Labhart asked if I would just give a quick update on the Conservation and Recreation Fund. As he mentioned, we did the plenary session as part of the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society on Wednesday of this week, and talked about what the fund is, how we got there. Members of the panel talking about it included Commissioner Labhart and myself, Representative Ken Helm, who was the chief co-sponsor of the legislation, Jim Owens, who was the facilitator of the Alternative Funding Task Force, and Keith Norris, who's the Director of Policy and Communications for the National Wildlife Society. So we talked about the fund and its context with the Recovery of America's Wildlife Act, talked about the fundraising approach, and the advisory committee, which is also some news for you all this morning. The governor appointed 9 members of the advisory committee earlier this week. If you remember, the commission acted in October to create the advisory committee and decide on the geographic representation of those 9 members. And so the members that the governor appointed include Laura Anderson of Newport for the Nearshore and Coast Range ecoregion, Jane Hartline of Sauvie Island for the Willamette Valley ecoregion, Dr. Carl Wenner of Klamath Falls for the Klamath Mountains ecoregion, Lorraine Moody of Sisters for the East and West Cascades ecoregion, Dr. Suzanne Foudy for Baker City for the Columbia Plateau and Blue Mountains ecoregion, and Tim Davis of Ontario for the Northern Basin and Range ecoregion. And then our 3 at-large representatives are Chris Kager from Portland, Mark Stern from Portland, and also Maurice Obalachian from Portland. And so, good progress on sort of the 3 major action items of the fund, being establishing the advisory committee, raising $1 million, and then eventually spending $2 million to sustain them. So we're making some good progress. We had a kickoff fundraiser in Bend on January 10th, hosted by the Oregon Outdoors Coalition, with a partnership there with the outdoor industry, and continuing to work with the Oregon Wildlife Foundation and other partners on the messaging and the campaign.
Thank you. Questions?
That's right. So with the new appointees, are they now posted with bios?
Thanks for your question, Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley. They are not yet. We did the press release on Tuesday, and hopefully early next week we will have that information.
I might just add that the governor is very interested in our support for this effort, and she has indicated that she would come to one of our fundraisers, and we're still working on that to show her support for and bring a little bit more attention to it from the governor's office level. So that's really positive.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Any other questions?
Chair Wall, on this topic, I guess we should also announce that Commissioner Labhart was awarded, Friday morning, here it is, but was awarded, I believe it was Conservationist of the Year by the Wildlife Society for his work on this particular issue. So, congratulations and thanks.
Just want to mention last night that we attended the annual Sportsman Show. We have a meet and greet every year, and all of our commissioners attended. This year we met at our booth, which I think was a nice change of pace. Usually we're in a room that's kind of cloistered, so we were out there out in the open air, and so a lot of people got to just kind of come and go and meet us and meet our staff. We had some good attendance from staff as well. Our state troopers were in attendance, so we had a good time and definitely got to have some good interactions with a lot of folks.
Any other updates or report? Then we'll go right to the director's report.
Very good, thank you, Chair Wall, and, under the director's report, we provided the field reports in written form, and so we won't go over those here today. We do have Erica Kleiner here to provide our monthly financial report and expenditure report.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So you should have a copy of the most recent financial report in your materials. The data you have reflects a quarter of our budget cycle, so 6 months into our 24-month budget period. So the data reflects through the end of December. We are spending 21% of our budgeted limitation as of the end of December. So this is right where we want to be. It's under that 25% level of where we're at in the biennium. On the revenue side, we brought in 18% of revenue. However, this is normal, and this is reflective of the slowest part of the annual license sales cycle. So we expect sales to pick up from here. There's a large change to our unrestricted cash balance. You probably noted that when you reviewed the materials. So we saw a $5.5 million decline in unrestricted cash in December. We haven't seen this significant of a decline in about a year. Several factors explain the decline. Two in particular. The first, we have a much greater than normal accounts receivable balance. Typically, we carry about $4 million in accounts receivable, and that totals about $12 million right now. So there's a couple reasons this has occurred. The main is we've had turnover and illnesses hit our accounting services section. We've hired 3 new staff in that section, and they're being trained on the invoice procedures. So we're catching up. We've actually already billed most of this $12 million. And just to put this in context, we had one bill that we sent out about a month ago to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that is a $4 million bill. So we get a few of these and it totals up quite quickly. This really drives home the point of why we work really hard to build up this unrestricted cash balance. When this volatility hits with these federal reimbursements, it doesn't cause us to be in a really bad place when we can't meet payroll. So we're in a good place. We'll see this come back up. You'll see it jump back up on the chart in months to come. 2021-23 budget development. 2 announcements here. We've scheduled our external budget advisory committee meetings. The first will be March 30th. The meeting will be at our Salem headquarters, and the second meeting will be May 20th. So we're looking forward to those meetings, getting prepared. In audit updates, I just wanted to mention a couple of things here. We have 2 new external audits. So the first is an audit that's going to be conducted by Office of the Secretary of State, and this is an audit of our Measure 76 lottery funding. So this is about 1% of our total budget. Nonetheless, we're one of 6 agencies that they'll look at, and they'll kind of dive into how we spend lottery funds. And the second new external audit is an audit conducted by Oregon State Police every 3 years. This is a normal reoccurring audit. They look at our administration of the law enforcement data system, which we use to run background checks on new employees. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
I guess that's what comes from being first. You get to get off with no questions. So thank you.
All right, thanks.
Very good, thanks, Erica. And commissioners, I think I probably mentioned to you all, or most of you individually, but at the last meeting in January, we under the director's report, we had several reports from programs that you may or may not hear about or hear from very regularly, and that was, I'll give credit where credit's due, that was Erica's doing. So thanks to Erica for starting that trend, and I liked it so much that I thought that, and particularly in light of the fact that we have so many new commissioners, that when we have a light agenda, we would bring in some other program folks to talk to you all about what they do under the director's report. So first up, under that theme is Cedric Cooney. Cedric is here. Cedric is the program manager for our Natural Resource Information Management Program. And he's going to give you a brief overview of his program, what they do, and also answer any questions you might have, Cedric. And I've known Cedric for 30 years, probably. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair Wall, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Cedric Cooney, and I'm the manager for our Natural Resources Information Management Program, otherwise known as NRIP. And today I'd like to give you an overview of our program and provide some information to you so that you're aware of what we do. I want to talk about who we are, the services we provide to the agency and to our constituents. I want to provide information on the projects and programs, some of the projects and programs we support, the public resources and tools that we provide, and also some upcoming efforts. The first thing I want to point out is we're part of the Management Resources Division under Matt Ader. I believe you've heard from Matt in previous meetings. We have 5 permanent staff plus myself. We do also bring staff on as needed on work that we do. On this slide, I've added 3 names because there are 3 individuals in the agency that contribute significantly to what we do, and I wanted to acknowledge their efforts here. So as far as the services we provide information sharing and data sharing, GIS coordination statewide for the agency, management of GIS, and GIS is Geographic Information Systems, if you're not familiar. And that's electronic maps, and so we create maps, we provide sound data management and data standards for the agency, both development and adherence to those standards. Web application development, we support both game and non-game efforts, whether it be monitoring or research, data validation, quality assurance, analyses, and also training where our staff needed. As we perform these services, we keep these objectives in mind. We want to focus on priority data for fish and wildlife management. We want to make sure that that information is best utilized to transfer into our scientific and management decisions. We want to develop and promote the use of modern technology in what we do for greater efficiency. And also, we want to make sure that we're providing information that's accessible, but that's also high quality and consistent. There are a number of programs in the agency that we support. I won't be able to highlight all of them here, but just to, I've listed a few of them and some of the efforts that we provide. The big game collar data, we collar a number of animals across the state, and we help manage and analyze that data. The Big Game Review Project, which Nick Myatt gave a presentation to you guys at the last meeting, we helped them in terms of, as they decided on regulation changes, we were able to show them visually how those changes would affect the landscape and the animals that are out there. The Fish Screening Passage application is one that helps them with their internal processes. Herd Comp was one where we incorporated mobile technology during helicopter flights and field surveys so that they can more efficiently capture their information. The Oregon Conservation Strategy, I'll show you an example of how we've linked to that, but that's an online application that's out there. And then the Wildlife Habitat Conservation Management Program, they maintain plans for conservation efforts, and so the system we built for them helps them maintain that. And those are all the ways we support those programs from an internal standpoint. Some of our programs also have a component where they need to share information with the public or receive information from the public. And these are some examples of those. I won't go down the list of each one of them, but you can see the scope of information that they work with or that we help them work with, and some of the purposes, such as simply receiving funding proposals and managing that process throughout. I would like to show you a couple of examples, one of which is Compass. Compass is an interactive mapping application. This is GIS, but you don't need to have the software. It's all online, and it helps users make informed land use decisions. They can see what the agency's priorities are. They can also see what species may be impacted by the activities that they have planned, whether they be restoration or some other efforts. And you can turn on whatever layers you want. In this example, I have our conservation opportunity areas. They don't show up great, but you can see the purple kind of on the outside. That's actually acorn woodpecker habitat. And so you can overlay that with our conservation opportunity areas, see what species are there. You can turn on and off a number of species and really get a sense of the impact of any activity that you might have planned. This site also links with the conservation strategy website so that you can get a larger or more broad view of the information that's there. So information on specific species, what we know about them, etc. So you can find that information readily available and go back and forth between the sites. The fish habitat distribution and barrier viewer is one that's simply out there so that our partners, our resource partners, the public can see what we believe is the extent of fish habitat in the state of Oregon. It is by species, and you can also see with this application, if you're interested, what barriers may impact the distribution of those species. In this example, I have our priority barriers turned on. You can see why they are designated as priority barriers in the legend. Also, I have spring chinook turned on, so you can see which of those barriers actually impact spring chinook distribution. I also want to point out that our program creates the hunting regulation and access maps that you see both in our regulation booklets as well as the hard copy maps that are available. We do this for our fishing regulation books as well. Applications that are mainly focused on information sharing. This is a big component of what we do and something that we want to do more of. I'm going to highlight a couple of these and show you what the applications look like, but these are just some of the examples that we have that are geared towards information sharing. The ODFW Data Clearinghouse is a storehouse of natural resource information, whether it be data files, databases, GIS files, maps, pictures. All of that gets stored here, and it's publicly available. It's a searchable application. You can enter in keywords. You can enter the agency or the entity that provided the information, and you can see all of the information that has been uploaded into this system. Currently, there are over 40,000 records in the database. Not all of them have a data file attached to them, but we are working on increasing that. If you find a record that you're interested in and you click on it, what you get is information about the record, contact information, a description of it, as well as if you scroll down, you'll see whether there's a physical copy of that document or a report available, or GIS map, and also an electronic copy. And you can click on that and see it on your screen and download it. StreamNet is a cooperative effort across the 4 Northwest states, and we are the Oregon component of the StreamNet project. It involves Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, treaty tribes, as well as federal agencies. And the goal is to share information related to the Columbia Basin, but we share it in a way that all the information looks exactly alike, regardless of where it comes from. So we do the transformation. We maintain the data the way we need it as an agency, but we transform it so that StreamNet can share it through their application. And if you're interested in something in the Columbia Basin and you don't care where it came from, you can look at the information and it all looks alike. You don't have to do any manipulating to it. StreamNet uses what we call an integrated query system in order to share the information and make it accessible and available. You can also download it directly if you want to use it within your own systems. But you can select any number of data types. You can see it in map form as a graph, or you can see the individual records of the data. Efforts that we have on the horizon include we want to increase our GIS application development. We see that as a big need in the agency. Electronic mapping is a key component to managing the resources that we do in the agency. We also want to develop an enterprise level information management system so that our information is more consistent, more usable. We hopefully can get more out of it by having it into a better system. We want to increase access to our current and historic information. The data clearinghouse that I showed you earlier is an example of that. We want to update, and we are currently updating our fish habitat distribution data standard. This is a standard that all state agencies follow. And so we work with them and review it on a periodic basis to make sure that the standard is still working for everybody and providing what they need, providing the information, works with the information that's available. We want to inventory our data collection efforts so that we know what information is available, what format it's in, how we can best access it and utilize it when management questions come along. We want to establish a standard for our human species interactions, such as harvest activities, observation activities, transport. We want to make sure that that information has some common elements to it, so that when we're looking at it, we know that we're comparing apples to apples. And lastly, spawning ground surveys are an effort that take place on a large portion of the landscape, and so we want to get that into a consistent format so that information is better utilized. I've provided a slide with links if you happen to be interested in looking at any of these applications for yourself. I encourage you to do that. They're all fun to look at and very interesting. You get a lot of information, and so I've provided those links to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those or anything else that we talked about this morning.
So, Cedric, I'm an old guy, so just think about 20 or 30 years ago, everything was in paper form and trying to find stuff, and where we are today, isn't it amazing?
It really is.
I mean,
It really
it's just
is.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah. And we're happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
I just appreciate this, because so much of this is happening kind of behind the scenes, like out of our view, and we're not aware of how this data gets created and distributed. And we see some things out in the field, but we don't know really everything that leads up to it. So this is really helpful. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Lorena, we're happy to present this morning. I'm very passionate about what we do.
I do have a question, Cedric, and there's probably a better way to ask this, but is this another example of how another example of one of ODFW's systems that are sort of ahead of the curve?
Chair Wall, Commissioners, I know that we are on the curve. I don't know that we're ahead of the curve, but we're trying. And we do the best we can to provide the information. We're trying to, as hopefully you saw, address a lot of different needs, both internally and the public. And so sometimes we can get ahead of the curve, other times. But in terms of management questions and getting information out there, I definitely would agree that we are ahead of the curve in that way.
Great, thank you. One detailed question that I also have is, when in the four-state StreamNet one, do we verify or do we have a way to assure that information coming from other places is the same standard that we would have, and so we know it's good information?
Chair Wall, members of the commission, we do. We have a very extensive data sharing standard that all agencies follow. And where there are discrepancies or differences, we document those so that the user has the ability to know whether or not that data truly does fit with the management question that they're addressing.
I just want to say that I worked with Cedric a lot back in the day I was at ODFW, and I'm really pleased to see he's still here. And he's spent years with the staff to develop this system and bring it, further and further along. It's great to see how far along it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zines.
And I just want to say thank you too, and I think it's so interesting when we are presented data in this way. It's so good, I think. And so thank you for coming in and sharing.
Thank you, Commissioner Afterride. We do try to present information in a way that is useful for as broad an audience as possible and is also informative.
I just had a couple things. I wanted to follow up on your question, Chair Wall, and that is your question about the StreamNet and data quality or consistency between multiple data sources. And the StreamNet project is actually coordinated out of the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission office. So they have a project coordinator there that essentially helps facilitate that between the four states. And then I did want to just mention a couple other things. Cedric has a number of claims to fame at ODFW. He's one of many employees at ODFW that once beat me out for a job. So I give him credit for that. And then also Cedric hired Deputy Director Shannon Hearn into her first job at ODFW back 20-some years ago. So thanks, Cedric, and thanks for being here. There's it. Next up is Dr. Shayana Steingass, and in keeping with this theme, I want to make sure I was pronouncing her name correctly. In keeping with this theme, we asked her to come today and give you an overview of the Marine Mammal Program. Shay is relatively new to ODFW. I want to say maybe 2 years or a year and a half. Okay, so she's been with ODFW for a year and a half. Took over the program from really what is a West Coast institution of Robin Brown. Robin was our Marine Mammal Program Manager for many, many years since he retired. We're very happy to have Shay with us, so take it away.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. Thank you for letting me present today. For the record, my name is Shayana Steingass. I'm the ODFW Marine Mammal Program Leader. I'll be presenting you today with an update of the Marine Mammal Program for your consideration. There's a lot of information here, so I'd be very happy to answer any questions or revisit slides at the end of the talk, or you're also welcome to contact me anytime. So starting off, the Marine Mammal Program has several main year-round objectives. These objectives are listed here, and they include the research of behavior and ecology of pinnipeds on Oregon's coastline, as well as Oregon's river and environments. We perform population and distribution surveys of pinnipeds, assess salmonid predation at coastal and inland sites. We provide scientific evaluation of predation on fisheries resources, as well as threatened and endangered species. And we collaborate with other states, tribes, and the National Marine Fisheries Service to manage predatory pinnipeds at designated sites in the Columbia River Basin. We began sea lion management, specifically California sea lion management, at Willamette Falls in 2019. And this occurred after nearly a decade of attempted hazing, translocations, and monitoring of predation. We were fortunately successful last year in our management efforts, and I'm personally hopeful that we were able to get on top of a habituation problem and remove those individual sea lions that had habituated before others continue to follow them to this location. So 2019 was the first year of lethal management. In total, we captured and removed 33 adult male California sea lions. Just as a side note, all of the California sea lions are in Oregon are male. The females stay further south in California. I believe there's one female California sea lion in Washington right now, and that's actually a rehabilitated animal that had previously had genomic acid poisoning, which makes them lose their navigational abilities. When the animals migrated south back to California in May to occupy breeding sites, we had captured and removed all but 8 individually identified animals that qualified for removal. In total, there's still 37 animals out there that are qualified for removal at Willamette Falls, but we don't know how many of these and when these animals may return in 2020. So, for example, this diagram depicts California sea lion presence on a weekly basis for for 4 different scenarios. So I'll walk you through this. Hopefully you can see the colored lines there. So in blue, what you see is sea lion presence, again, California sea lion presence at Willamette Falls in 2017 through 18. You can see that it peaks around mid-March through the end of May. when the animals migrate south. So in dotted pink, what you see is projected continued presence of California sea lions in 2018 through 2019 without removals. So this is what we would have expected to see had we not done any management. In red is the actual presence of California sea lions last year in winter 2018 with removal efforts. And this very optimistic green line on the bottom there is the actual presence of California sea lions at Willamette Falls this season, and that so far has been 0. So this diagram here depicts winter steelhead fish passage at Willamette Falls in last season, so winter 2018 through 2019. That's in red, and green is fish passage thus far this winter. So a couple takeaways are that with the 33 animals removed, the previous predation rate of up to 25% of winter steelhead has now dropped down to 7%. Last year, we had a really wonderful return of over 3,000 fish, up from an all-time low in 2017 of just over 500. So what you'll see here is we still have to wait and see what the fish passage looks like. And it will be several years before we can fully assess the effects of management, but it looks like we have a bit of a jump start this year as compared to last. Now this is a particularly interesting diagram. So this is a diagram of both California and Steller sea lion presence at Willamette Falls in 2018 through 19. So I won't focus on Steller sea lions, which are at the bottom. I'll focus you up top at the California sea lion aspect. So the red lines, or the pink lines here, show the projected number of days that those animals would have been present based on previous years, had they not been removed. So a red line represents a removal. In total, we had 44 identified California sea lions in 2018 through 19. As I said, we removed in total 33 of those, and there was an additional animal that was removed due to public safety in an unrelated matter that was qualified for removal at Willamette. So what you'll see are the yellow boxes indicate animals that were marked but not trapped. And what we're seeing this year, based on that green line that I showed you earlier, is that we may be expecting animals not to show up until mid-March or April, which is very optimistic and looking positive. So we will have to continue to monitor that to see if that's the case. But this really is evidence of that learned habituation behavior. All marine mammals are very social learners. And because of the isolation of Willamette Falls, I think we can expect success in future years. That's positive both for salmon and sea lions that we were able to get on top of this. So we continued management at Bonneville Dam in 2019, as we have been for over a decade. It was a relatively light year at that location. So in comparison, of the 33 animals removed at Willamette, there were 19 adult male California sea lions removed at Bonneville Dam. That was over half of the animals present, which actually is an unprecedented percent of removal, so we were very successful. And part of that was because previously the criteria for removal included that the animal be individually identifiable, that it be seen eating salmon, and that it be caught or present for 5 days. So that criteria has now changed to and or, so the animal has to be present or seen 5 times on 5 different days, or be seen eating salmon. The Steller sea lion presence, conversely, at Bonneville Dam is increasing. There is a raft of more than 40 adult Steller sea lions, those are males as well, that are rafted at Bonneville Dam. And they've actually shifted their consumption to salmonids, so they're now out eating California sea lions. We'll resume management of California sea lions under the same authorizations this spring season. So there haven't been California sea lions present yet, but there probably will be in the next month. So a new change to our operations is coming under the Endangered Salmon Predation Prevention Act. This act will remove that criteria that animals have to be individually identifiable and be seen eating salmon. So instead of this very restrictive catch and release site-based effort, animals that are above River Mile 112, for your reference, that's about the Portland Airport, based on dietary analyses, are really presumed to be eating primarily salmon. In some cases, it's 85% to 99% of their diet. Therefore, animals above this area will qualify for removal. Another important aspect of this is that this also includes stellar sea lions. So this application was submitted prior this year, and the Sea Lion Task Force meeting will be held in May, at which point NIPS, the National Marine Fisheries Service, will determine approval or denial of applications with specific conditions for both species, which we must follow. Revisiting that stellar sea lion management, we plan to begin this management in fall 2020, pending NIPS approval. This will be a very similar program to California sea lion management and will be fully collaborative between all of the parties noted below. One of the most important things we do as a program is to work collaboratively with our management partners. Bonneville is going to be a primary site to begin this management, in part because it's a collaborative site and we'll all be training. They're also regularly using the traps there, and we actually have trail cams where we monitor the animals, and they've been there pretty consistently over the last several months. I also believe that Bonneville is a source site for some of the animals that show up in Willamette Falls, and so reduced competition there will probably result in less animals going out to the falls itself. So another challenge with Willamette Falls is that the stellar sea lions less frequently use the traps that we have set up there, so trapping is a little more difficult. However, it is on our radar to begin those removals, but it's going to be dependent on the animals at that site. So quite literally, stellar sea lions are a completely different animal than California sea lions. We have a few key considerations, including safety, logistics, collaborative interagency teamwork, establishing protocols and ramping up these operations, and perhaps most importantly, careful, ethical, and deliberate work. So I just wanted to bring to your attention that stellar sea lions are more than twice the size of California sea lions in some cases. And a large stellar sea lion bull can weigh over 2,000 pounds. So for your reference, that is more than twice the size of an adult male polar bear. Seen above is a stellar sea lion skull, just for your interest, next to a grizzly bear. The grizzly bear is on the left. The stellar sea lion with those impressive teeth is on the right. And on the bottom there, what looks like a juvenile and an adult sea lion is actually an adult male California sea lion sleeping next to a fairly decently sized stellar sea lion bull. So we'll start with the ramp-up period this fall, working with one animal at a time to establish protocols. And I think an important communication point is that we're going for the marathon method and not the sprint method with this. We're going to be working carefully and ethically with the realization that missteps could result in litigation, which could permanently or temporarily put a hold on the program, or could result in significant safety hazards for staff. This is even more important working in an interagency team. So thanks to agency and legislative support, we've expanded our program's capacity in the last year or so to perform both management and resume delayed coastal research that has been precluded by management in recent years. We were able to expand the program from 4 full-time permanent staff to 7 full-time permanent staff, as well as seasonal biological science assistants. This has really big implications for our program's capacity to do more diverse work that will inform management action in the future. So the new positions are shown here. So we've added a supervising fish and wildlife biologist, an assistant project leader, a management technician, as well as several monitoring positions, which are really important for NIMS guidelines in assessing predation. So most notably, these expansions mean we can resume our capacity for coastal research. That includes stellar sea lions, California sea lions, and harbor seals. We're resuming our aerial surveys for population assessment for stellar sea lions and harbor seals this summer, and this is very important because our data really needs to be renewed and is actually used to create population assessment models by the National Marine Fisheries Service. They rely directly on our data. We're continuing to conduct in-river and East Mooring Basin sea lion counts and resites of branded animals. That's also in collaboration with the NOAA NIMS Marine Mammal Lab. We'll be increasing our assessment of pinniped ecology on the coast with a particular emphasis on movement and dietary assessment of harbor seals. And although now we're effectively split into what we're calling research and management branches, we continue to be a very cohesive program, which allows us more flexibility to conduct seasonal year-round work. So here's a calendar of our planned work for 2020. The light blue indicates setup for field months. So now through May, we are prepared to do any Willamette Falls, California sea lion management. April and May with setup in March is Bonneville Dam season for California management, and that's with other agencies. June through July is when we're going to be conducting those aerial surveys for harbor seals and stellar sea lions along the coast. And then September and November, we are gearing up for stellar sea lion management, August essentially through November. In December, hopefully, we can maybe take a bit of a vacation. So with that, I thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Willie?
Morning, Sheila. So what are the criteria that are considered on how many animals to remove? How do you determine that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, that's an excellent question. So those numbers are known as potential biological removals, or PBRs, not to be confused with the beverage. And that is determined by the Marine Mammal Lab through NIMS. So what they do is they utilize their population assessment models as well as incidental takes from fisheries. And then they give us a number which is usually actually 1% of that potential biological removal. So PBR is the level at which individuals can be removed without harming the population. So we're essentially working at 1% of that. That equivocates to 93 animals per year, and actually that's recently been increased, I believe, to 104. However, there's actually not that many animals even there. So a bit of an unfortunate, I guess, incidence is the media will often pick up on that 93 or 100 number and extrapolate that by a decade, but the reality is there's not that many animals present.
Okay, I had a couple more questions. So why are there so many males, predominantly males, in this Willamette Falls population? Is that, what's sort of the life history background of that?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Woolley. So just to clarify, you're asking about just the life history of the animals that are at Willamette, or? Yeah, so these are all males, usually subadult or adult males. Generally, they're not enormous, but some of them are a bit larger. And so a lot of these animals, it seems like there are a few established animals, larger bulls, and often case a subadult or younger male will follow this animal up river because clearly he's doing something right because he's successful. And they will essentially habituate to this site, and for the entire time they're in Oregon, they will remain at this area. So the animals that were removed last year were animals that had been there for a decade. And so every time there's more animals at one of these sites, it actually increases the chances that another animal will follow them up. So at Bonneville, it seems that about 7% of sea lions that are present in the East Mooring Basin or Lower Columbia make their way up to Bonneville Dam.
Okay, then just a couple more quick ones. So how many of the staff are focused on research versus how many are focused on management, or is there overlap with staff responsibilities?
Right, Chair Wall and Commissioner Woolley, that's an excellent question as well. So we try to overlap everything to increase our programmatic capacity. So for example, our management branch also is largely involved in our aerial survey efforts. And so currently on technically the research side, there's me and I'm do both branches. Brian Wright, who is our project leader, Susan Raymer, who is our assistant project leader. The rest of the staff are assigned to the, and we also have two seasonal predation monitors. The rest of the staff are assigned to the management branch. And this year's going to be quite busy because we're transitioning those stellar sea lion captures to fall. Depending on our success, we may shift those to where we're dealing with both species concurrently in the spring, but maybe one day we'll do stellars, one day we'll work with Californias. And that will increase our capacity to resume coastal research. So I'm very proud to say everyone on my team is an expert biologist and animal handler and boat handler, so we have a lot of amazing capability.
Last question. What happens with the carcasses of the animals that are killed?
Yes, Chair Wall and Commissioner Woolley, very good question. So currently, a full necropsy is conducted of the animals by veterinarians, and we contribute samples to a number of studies, including immunology, parasitology, and most recently toxicology, which is really going to be interesting for the Columbia River Basin. Just gathering data in terms of that, and hopefully with stellars we can do the same. So after necropsy is completed, samples are collected, the animal is then actually rendered. So we've considered incineration as a possibility. However, I have some concerns on that in terms of the heavy metal content of these animals. So we would have to just assess if that's an appropriate disposal method, but that could be somewhat promising as well. Yeah.
So the metals in terms of impact on air quality with the incineration?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Good report, and I don't think we have copies in our folders here of the report. Is that available online?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink, are you referring to my presentation, or? Yes. So it certainly can be, yes.
Yeah, I would love to have a copy. You want to get asked my question, where are we at in the sea lion program, what's going on, and it's like, well, I don't know. I know they're doing a good job, but anyway, yeah, I can attest that from experience. I think one of the years I was down there fishing, I lost 5 string salmon in a row with sea lions. We finally just left because we obviously were going to get any. So I'm glad to see that this program. And then the other question I had was on stellars, and I didn't hear anything mentioned about the interaction with sturgeon. Have you been observing? How's that going?
Yes, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. Tucker will be touching on sturgeon predation a little bit, but yes, so our predation monitors at Willamette Falls are continually monitoring predation events. It's actually been fairly slow this year in terms of stellar sea lion predation, which we're a little confused about. They're there, but we're not seeing much. We also, very fortunately, were able to team up with the city of Portland, and we're working with OSP as well to give them some data collection apps. So they can actually start collecting data on predation events that we can at least use anecdotally for future comparison.
I've heard, like in the past, that even they'll put stress on the sea lion population, or the sturgeon population. Both at Bonneville Dam, where the sturgeon seem to congregate there, and then also Willamette Falls. And so have you done any research? Has there been some research done on as far as the effect on the spawning is?
Right.
The sturgeon?
Yeah, so Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, so that is done primarily by the surgeon team, and they do population modeling that includes predation. And I would say interestingly, or at least anecdotally on our end, what we have seen is a shift in stellar sea lions from eating almost exclusively sturgeon at Bonneville Dam to eating a very high percent of salmonids. So the mechanism for that's not entirely known. It could be either behavioral, because there's so many salmon, or it could be because there's less sturgeon. So that will, I think, become more clear in future years.
Yeah, I saw the report too that, you know, that right now, I guess in the Oregon City area, there's just stellars are there right now. And it mentioned in the report something like that, they were seeing foraging, but didn't say what they were foraging on. So what are they eating right now, those stellars in that Oregon City area?
Right, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. So primarily, it looks like there have not been very many salmon predation events noted. I was up visiting with our monitors last week, or this week actually, gosh. So it seems to be primarily sturgeon, which is expected. So in the Willamette, it does seem like they are eating a large percent of sturgeon, but again, at Bonneville, it seems to be salmon. So there's something strange going on there. Neither species, stellars or Californias, are traditionally specific predators. They're very general in their diet in the ocean. So this is a really unique circumstance.
Good, appreciate it, really good report, thanks.
Thank you for your report, Kelly. So I have one comment and a question. Very informative, appreciate it very much. And so last night at the reception at the Sportsman Show, I did get questions on seals, and so I think your information is going to be very valuable. So I really appreciate you doing this and getting us that information so that I have the factual information. So first question, the expansion of the positions, how were those funded? Where did the funding come from for those additional positions?
Right, Chair Wall and Commissioner Labbert. So through several different mechanisms. So first of all, before the policy option package went through this biennium, those positions were funded through one through federal funding, which allowed additional funding for Willamette Falls management, as well as Columbia River endorsement funds. So some of those funds went directly to sea lion management, which folks seem generally happy about to see the results of that. And then currently this biennium, we are very fortunately awarded a policy option package, which included permanent funding this biennium for many of those
So
positions.
it's general fund.
Yes.
Okay. This will show my lack of knowledge on seals, but do you have any research that shows when a sea lion comes up to Willamette Falls, how many fish do they eat? Do we have any kind of, what's the impact? I mean, I know the numbers go up and down, but one seal, how much does one seal eat?
Right. Chair Wall and Commissioner Labbert, that's a great question. And so we do know that answer. And again, it goes back to that very strange behavior where they're only eating one species. Anywhere else on the coast, it's incredibly difficult to assess, energetically how many fish a sea lion is eating per day. So up at Willamette Falls, based on energetic estimates by our project leader, Brian Wright, they're eating an assumed 3 to 5 salmon a day per animal. So I think what's really remarkable about that is the animals so the run in previous years, if it was about 2,000 fish, the animals that were present at Willamette Falls were eating about that amount. So in effect, it's very possible that removing these animals actually has the capacity to save that run of winter steelhead at Willamette Falls.
Thank you.
Other questions? That was my same question. How many do they eat?
One more question, maybe. So that was on winter steelhead, basically, because I would guess that, from being down there, being around those animals, that when the stringers are there in much larger quantity, that they would eat, you see them throwing fish all the time.
That's correct.
I would guess that probably more than that, when the stringers are,
Commissioner Wall, did you have one more question? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zondervan.
We're way down here. Sorry. I would one question. A while ago, we were just trying to remove them a number of years ago. I remember reading some reports that said that almost every sea lion that was removed had cancer. And I was wondering if you're still seeing those things and why would they have cancer?
Right. Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, this is a particular area of interest for me, mammalian health. And just as a note too, it's in the attempted work at Willamette Falls, we moved a dozen sea lions in 2017, or 2018, sorry. And 11 of those came immediately back. One animal didn't return, and some of them swam 100 miles a day to return to the site. Both Willamette and Bonneville Dam, we're continuing to conduct that research. Because a lot of these pinniped populations are at or near carrying capacity, what we would expect is, at that level, that because they don't have a lot of major predators that actually affect the populations in a large way, disease is going to be a major limiting factor. And that's something folks don't realize with marine mammals, because we don't see them all the time, is there's a lot of major diseases, both macro and micro parasites, as well as cancer that largely regulate those populations. Yes, both in our management work as well as our other monitoring operations, there's a very high percent of that herpes virus. It's called Odorion herpes virus, and it contributes to that cancer. So that's still ongoing. That's kind of a collaborative study, but it's really interesting because that's something. I think a value of this program as well, with the regulations of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, we're able to conduct research on samples that otherwise wouldn't be available. And that's something that's been really surprising to find. So that's going to continue, and our veterinarian, Julie Burko, is working on heading that up with folks from the Marine Mammal Center.
Shay, I did have one question. The removals, are all of them lethal, or are some of them actually removals and not lethal?
Right, Chair Wall, that's a great question. So previously, there were many attempted translocations, some as far as California, and those animals actually returned also. So the first option, anytime we have an animal that qualifies for removal, is that the National Marine Fisheries Service puts a call out every season to zoos and aquariums that would like to take on that animal. So we've actually rehoused 15 sea lions. Unfortunately, I think with the unusual mortality events and the strandings several years ago, a lot of facilities took on a lot of animals. As you might imagine, they're fairly expensive to maintain. For California sea lions, we haven't had any requests lately. For stellar sea lions, we're actually going to attempt some translocations during spring management season. So we'll see what happens with those animals. I'd also like to put some tracking tags on them if we do move them, to see where they go if they don't come back, and how long it takes. Yes.
Thank you.
One more question. I know you just said spring management, but that would be next spring. I saw that it looked like stellar management this year started in September.
Right. Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. So we can actually we do have a research authorization in general non-lethal management work for our stellar sea lions, so we can move them and track them under all of our associated permits. However, that Salmon Predation Prevention Act will not go into effect until fall. So it's a great time to start assessing those questions.
That's how I handle these things. Appreciate it. Great. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shay. And I've been asked to please remind the commissioners to speak closer to their microphones, both for people in the room to hear, but also for the record, since we do save these recordings. Chair Wall, that concludes the director's report, with the exception of 2 temporary rules that you have on your agenda that require your ratification.
Okay, on the 2 temporary rules, are there any questions or any? If not, a motion.
If there aren't any questions or statements, I would move to ratify the 2 temporary rules set forth in the TAN agenda.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Everyone. Then let's move on to the commission minutes. We have them in your packet. Are there any revisions or questions?
Let's come back to that, for that motion before I get something to drink.
Just one quick second on that. I did have one, myself, on the fish screenings, we agreed to get an interim update in March of 2021 on the number installed, the number of payments in lieu of doing fish screening, and how we evaluate the net benefit to fish. The minutes are at a very high level, and so we don't need to have that. I'm not insisting that it be in there, but I just want to make sure that gets noted, so we look at that.
No, there's no, there's
Perfect.
outside of the minutes, so on our calendar.
Great, thank you.
I'll also make a motion, I'll move to approve January 17th meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Second.
Seconded to approve the minutes as written. Those in favor?
Aye.
I do want to mention one thing on the order of the agenda, and that is that we will do executive session before we do other business. So if anybody is scheduling around us, that's a slight change that we'll have in this agenda. So I think that we'll go ahead then with the Lower Columbia sturgeon population and fisheries. Tucker.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Tucker Jones. I'm the program manager for the Ocean Salmon and Columbia River program, the Overland Artificial Wildlife. Before I get going, I would like to remind the commission that Commissioner Woolley's motion for me to not be able to make jokes in Ontario was defeated, and therefore I can ad-lib at will. Today, here to talk to you a little bit about the Lower Columbia River white sturgeon population. Specifically going to cover sort of 3 main topics. First, I'll briefly review the long-term sort of population metrics and indicators, subadult abundance, lake frequency distribution, recruitment index, some sea lion information, as they're outlined sort of in our conservation plan. Going to talk a little bit about that, pinniped predation, and then also review fisheries from 2019. I think before we get going, I thought I would do, because there's a lot of sort of new faces with regards to sturgeon and the Columbia in general, a brief sort of orientation on sturgeon in Oregon, so that we can sort of start to lay the foundation of this work and information for you guys. So first of all, within Oregon, there's sort of one sturgeon species management unit. Sturgeon range from the coast all the way up to Columbia, and then again, there are sturgeon populations in the Snake River. They're functionally managed differently, but genetically speaking, they're sort of all one population within the state. Of course, nothing exists upstream of about the Wallula Gap until you get it back around again on the eastern border of Hell's Canyon. I'm pretty sure there's nothing to the north of us. So some of the measures we're going to look at today, we're going to be looking at abundance, both the adult abundance, those are mature white sturgeon. Generally, they take, well, it depends on whether they're males or females, but about 20 to 25 years to reach maturity. It's really a function of size more than age. They need to be about, 6 feet in total length before they reach that sort of maturity mark. We're also going to be looking at legal abundance or subadult abundance. So subadult white sturgeon are sort of those fish that can fully access marine environments. It takes them about, I don't know, not quite 3 feet long before they can fully access those marine environments. And then up to sort of that adult spawning size. A subset of that is the legal population, and it's a little bit problematic, the legal definition, because it has changed somewhat over time and through the years. In general, when you hear somebody talking about the legal population number or abundance number, they're talking about 38 to 54 inches fork length. Though we have used different subsets of that over time for crafting our fisheries. Going to look a little bit at the length frequency distribution and size structure of the fish. This helps us see how the population looks in a more holistic sense, how many fish are juveniles, how many fish are adults. It also helps us know what's going on with productivity. A population that's sort of dominated by juveniles indicates a really sort of fully healthy, fully functioning, clicking on cylinders population where you're getting strong annual recruitment every year. And if it starts to shift towards larger fish, then you're starting to see a population with some productivity issues. Hit on the adult or the age 0 indexing, young a year recruitment. We do those surveys. That gets us sort of an annual check on, are we seeing recruitment on an annual basis? Those are sort of the things that we're going to be covering today. Like I said, and things to just sort of in general know about sturgeon. So we're looking today here. This is a like frequency distribution of the sturgeon population from 2019. You can see that as sort of size distributions, the juveniles, the legals, the adults, and how they break out, not just by number, but where those numbers are. So what are the chances that I actually hit the laser and not advance it? I don't know. Let me try turning it on. Thanks, guys, for turning that off on me. So these individual bars represent the number of fish in a sort of a 1 centimeter fork length bin. So you can see that as you move up, you have these fish. These are the juveniles. These will eventually grow into the slot. These fish will grow. They're out of the legal slot. They will recruit eventually to the adult population. So about 21 inches and bigger, we have about 465,000 white sturgeon downstream of Bonneville, and that includes sort of the coastal populations as well. I think it's important to have this look and this sort of assessment, because not only do you know how many fish are in a potentially accessible legal slot, you also know how many adults you have outside of that who are going to eventually be able to contribute to recruitment to your population, and you know how many fish hopefully are going to be recruiting into those fisheries. So having this sort of holistic look is really important in our sturgeon management. This, when I talk about, again, this legal sort of size thing, this is the slot we have used in the very recent past since we reopened fisheries in I think 2017. So that's 44 to 50 inches fork length. Within that sort of estimated legal abundance, using our sort of standard estimation techniques, which involve looking at a larger population estimate and then apportioning it out by that lake frequency, we think we have about 168,000 white sturgeon in that 38 to 54 inch bin, that sort of broader legal size bin. But because there's quite a bit of variability around these estimates, and similar to sort of the last several years, we like to use a weighted evidence approach when looking at the legal size abundance number. So like I said, this estimate is based on our standard methodology, but we also look at a couple other ways. We also look at the catch per unit effort in our set lining. So our set lining is a stock assessment technique. It's fisheries independent. It allows us to get that length frequency look at things. There's a pretty decent linear relationship between the catch per unit effort and what we get in abundance estimates. On that, here on the catch per unit effort of those legal size fish in our independent assessments, we see sort of a long-term, increasing trend in that catch per unit effort. And that linear relationship would yield about a population estimate of around 170,000. Because of the number of marks we get out and the recapture effort we have going on, we're also able to generate just a size-specific estimate for that using sort of standard mark recapture techniques, and that estimate is about 162,000. So actually, quite a bit of convergence this year. In past years, those have varied a little more, but right in that ballpark for the number. Just as a side note, when we have crafted fisheries, post reopening, whichever of those sort of three estimation techniques has yielded the lowest number, that's the number we've used to establish our exploitation rates, and that's what we would plan to use again in 2020. Looking at the adult abundance, again, we see an increasing trend here. The 3-year average estimated abundance for those adult white sturgeon, looking over time from 2012 through 2019, we don't have estimates prior to 2012 because I guess it takes 3 years to make a 3-year average. But as you can see, right, we sort of predicted that initial drop. This is actually shifted up more rapidly than we expected initially. The 2019 estimate is actually significantly different now in the 3-year average from sort of the 2013 to 2016 number. Not only are we fully out of the conservation status with this adult abundance number, we're actually peaking into the desired status level for the adults in the population. The actual point estimate within for 2019 was about 11,000 adult white sturgeon. Again, continuing to look at multiple different ways. Again, our set line catch, you can see we still have that increasing trend also for adults within our set line catches. So another positive indicator that that trend is occurring. I think especially with the adults, it's important to look at these trends rather than the individual point estimate. There's a lot of variability around the individual estimates, and so because of that variability, you can see some fluctuations year to year, but the long-term trend really is what gives us our picture of what we think is going on. So we've seen some pretty positive things in terms of subadult and legal abundance and adult abundances. However, and unfortunately, not all of our population metrics are trending positively. There are some indicators of some productivity out there. Here we're looking at sort of the proportion of the size structure within our distribution. Generally speaking, we want to see a population dominated by juveniles, and we want to see a large population, but we also want to see that large population dominated by juveniles. Again, that would indicate that they were having strong annual recruitment. As that starts to shift towards larger fish, that's letting us know that we're having some productivity issues. And now you can see here that this is actually dropped below where we would want to see it at our conservation status threshold, with about half of our population made up of juveniles. However, I think it's important to note that I don't think all of these metrics are created equal. And while this indicates that we're kind of in an extended period of lower productivity, the current abundances in the subadult and adult populations help buffer against this. Sturgeon are designed, I don't know, designed is probably not the right word. They've evolved in these dynamic systems. They're a periodic reproductive strategist, which is kind of a mouthful, but essentially means they are going to spawn repeatedly over many years. So like I said, it takes 25 years to reach maturity, but once a female sturgeon reaches maturity, she'll spawn every 3 to 5 years and functionally has potentially up to, an additional 75 years of spawning ability. So, that's potentially 25 additional spawning events. So periods of low productivity from 10 to 15 years are not, particularly problematic from a sturgeon life history standpoint. They're problematic from fisheries management standpoints, but they're less problematic for a conservation standpoint. Looking here at our age 0 recruitment indexes, We've been doing this in the lower Columbia River since 2005. We did not start in the Willamette until about 2010, when we first actually noted spawning in the Willamette that year using egg mats and a shoestring budget, which was actually quite exciting when we did find that. So we have started looking at age zero indexing within the Willamette too, so we think that there's recruitment occurring both in the Willamette and in the Columbia. I think when you look at these figures, it's important to look at them individually. For the sake of space and time, I have them on the same slide, but you should look at the Columbia and compare the Columbia across years to itself, and you should look at the Willamette and compare the Willamette across years to itself, and not try to compare between the two systems. This gives us, like I said, a course metric of what recruitment is doing over time. What you can see in the Columbia is sort of, since about 2010, really a period of lower productivity. That being said, we are seeing annual recruitment in the lower Columbia River, and that is something that is not true for most white sturgeon populations across the world. Again, because you're new and I like sturgeon quite a bit, I'm going to delve into this a little bit. There are basically three main white sturgeon spawning rivers: the Sacramento in California, the Columbia Basin, and the Fraser River in Canada. They're all quite a bit different, both in terms of human impacts on those systems, but also latitudinally, right? From the far south where things get warm much faster, all the way to north in Canada where things are much colder for much longer. So all of the production we see here, right, this is, although lower and for a period of time in the Columbia River, I will tell you the envy of the sturgeon world. We have small fish, and many of those other populations, especially the Fraser River population, does not. And so that's an important thing. And so we've done a lot of actions to try to, continue and protect this, as far as protecting those adults, creating spawning sanctuaries, where we're really, really trying to decrease pressure on those adult fish. Shifting again, looking at sea lion predation. The top figure here shows sort of the median daily abundance at Bonneville Dam. These are from Corps of Engineers assessments. And so what you see is sort of a shift and a sort of a dramatic increase in the stellar sea lion abundances at Bonneville right around 2008, 2009. Seems like they sort of took over as the major pinniped up there around that time. As those abundances increased, that initially led to a pretty significant increase in observed predation of white sturgeon at Bonneville Dam. That predation has since decreased at Bonneville. However, that's not necessarily probably a good thing, nor is it necessarily the whole story. I will be the first to tell you that correlation does not necessarily equal causation, but what we do have here is a pretty significant relationship between stellar sea lion abundance at Bonneville Dam and our white sturgeon recruitment index. And that's shooting off the stage. Apparently the director's office has changed to a modern projector, and I need to update my aspect ratio on my presentation so that all my titles show up. I was way ahead, speaking of ahead of the curve, by the way, I was way ahead of that curve, and it used to be that my stuff would get skewed the other way, but now I'm apparently behind the curve, as happens to people, especially when you think that you're smarter than you actually are, which that's probably me. So at any rate, setting those direct predation events aside, right, there's looks like pretty decent evidence for sort of sublethal impacts for those stellar sea lions at Bonneville. So not necessarily direct removals. As I said, we've actually seen the number of adult sturgeon increasing. Right? We have multiple positive indicators of that, not just our estimates, but also catch per unit efforts. But for whatever reason, we are not seeing the same level of recruitment now. Is that because they are reabsorbing eggs from stress-related incidents or interactions with sea lions, or are they occupying less favorable spawning habitats? Are they just choosing even to just forego spawning or open another thing. As I said, if you live for 100 years and you have potentially 25 spawning events, it doesn't make a lot of sense to take stressful action. Spawning, especially for a female white sturgeon, is a stressful event, right? And so if you're going to go through that, you don't want to jeopardize an additional 20 years or 20 spawning events. So rather than go through that stressful event, those fish sometimes just reabsorb their eggs, or they may spawn in another area knowing that they can just try again in 5 years. So, like I said, this is an issue and potentially problematic on a population scale from a productivity standpoint, but sturgeon are set up to withstand these sort of long-term population perturbations. Shay hit on this briefly in the Willamette. We are seeing a substantial increase in stellar sea lion abundances there. We have since 2018. So starting maybe to see the same sorts of trends as we saw at that Bonneville graph, with an increase in stellar sea lion abundances there. In 2019, there were 98 stellar sea lion related predation events observed in the vicinity of Willamette Falls. That's an unexpanded number, and it's just raw observations at the falls, so obviously the actual number is likely higher than that. And as Shay mentioned, that the state is going to start beginning to mark and transport those stellar sea lions this year, I believe. Jumping into 2019 fisheries review, per sort of the Columbia River policy, allocations are split 80-20 between recreational and commercial fisheries. Last year's allocation was about 6,160 fish. About 1,200 of those went to the commercial fishery. About 4,900 went to the recreational fishery. Within the recreational fishery, those are sub-apportioned, with about 3,000 of them being set aside for the estuary fishery, about 1,200 for the main stem fishery upstream of the estuary, and about 740 fish set aside for the Willamette, though there was no retention fishery set. We've not quite been able to figure out how to craft a fishery in the Willamette. Given the Willamette's proximity to both the sturgeon abundances and people within Oregon, you can get a substantial amount of pressure in a short amount of time. And when I first started talking to some of the fish managers, John North is a man with a wealth of knowledge and experience, and frankly, amazing intuition on Columbia River fisheries. We started looking and trying to model some of these fisheries, and he said, well, it looks like we might be able to open a fishery in the Willamette downstream of the Fremont Bridge until noon. So I said, half the day is, really restricted areas. It's probably not the best plan. It can also, when you start really restricting and constraining, not only is it, not necessarily the most enjoyable experience for an angler, it also makes things even harder to predict what's going to go on. It creates that sort of derby mentality and a gold rush sort of mentality. And so so what you even think might happen, it adds an extra layer of uncertainty to that, and that's just difficult to deal with. How do fisheries perform? Within the commercial fisheries, they caught a little more, close than 50%, almost 60% of their catch in the select areas, with the vast majority of those being in those spring select area periods, those fisheries. And then they did catch about 40% of their allocation in the fall main stem fisheries. In general, they harvested 1,200 of the 1,230, about 98% of their available guidelines. Again, before we jump into the recreational review, forgive me for spending a lot of time trying to do some orientation things here, but we throw a lot of terminology around it, and you guys are frankly pretty new faces to me still yet. So I just want to make sure that when I'm using jargon, that at least we're somewhat on the same footing. You'll hear people talk about the estuary fishery or below WANA fishery when they're talking about sturgeon fisheries, and that is simply a line at about river mile 40. There's actually a set of power lines that are right near the Georgia Pacific plant on the Oregon shore. They run across Puget Island, across the Kaplan, and that's sort of the demarker. When we talk about estuary fisheries, we're talking about a set aside downstream of there. We're talking about main stem fisheries that's upstream of there. I don't probably think I need to describe where the line is, right? So the recreational fisheries, we had 11 open days this past May and June. In the estuary, generated 22,000 angler trips between those open days and the catch and release fishing period. And they captured or harvested 2,800 fish, about 96% of that sub-allocation set aside for there. 5 open days in that main stem or Wanata Bonneville area in September and October, with about 12,000 angler trips up there and about a little over 50% of their harvestable guideline. I would say that we have a pretty good understanding and I think have that estuary fishery dialed in pretty well. We're, as managers, struggling to figure out how to fit that upstream of Wana fishery in a way that provides meaningful opportunity and opportunity to harvest, and at the same time, not making sure that they don't go over that guideline. Again, proximity to population centers makes that a little more difficult, and we've sort of struggled to hit that mark up there. So we're going to continue to fine tune that and see how we do that. In general, harvested about 3,500 fish, or 70% of their guideline, and about 37,000, almost 38,000 total trips for retention on those, between the retention and catch and release fisheries. Looking just sort of through time at the sport fisheries response, sort of that pre-closure period from 2009 to 2013, in the estuary, you averaged about 30,000 trips a year, and overall about 70,000 trips a year. During the closure period, those trips really dropped dramatically. When we reopened, and these are severely limited days, we've sort of seen that those trips and participation and interest increase. 2019, basically a 10-fold increase over that pre-close or during that closure period. Not quite back up to 2019, but also a lot fewer open days. I just think, and this is purely anecdotal, but I think having the opportunity to harvest the fish gets people out there, and then they realize what a great fishery and opportunity it is, and they continue to engage in the fishery at that level. So as a catch and release fishery, so that's sort of where I think that the fishery is going. And this is a dramatic reduction, by the way. These fisheries that we're crafting now 11 days. It used to be open in the estuary from Mother's Day weekend through basically the 4th of July, and largely almost year round in the areas below that, or upstream of the Wana power lines. So we've really necked back and harvest, the recreational guidelines, the recreational fisheries we're harvesting, 30,000 fish, and the commercial fisheries we're harvesting, 10,000 fish. So we've really necked that down substantially, and are using sort of the allocation that's out there in a really conservative way, and in a way to sort of keep people engaged with the fish and the fishery. So to sum up, again, we have a legal of abundance, that 38 to 54 inch length of about 168,000. We have an adult abundance estimate for 2019 that was actually nearly 12,000, and a 3-year average that's above the conservation status level. Those are both positive indicators. We have a population structure that's only about half juveniles. That's not good. That combined with sort of our age zero indexes lets us know that there's extended periods of productivity issues going on. Again, noting though that while there is that period, there is productivity, there is annual improvement, and that's definitely a good thing. Those sea lions, especially stellar sea lion abundances, appear to be problematic for the white sturgeon fishery, but I'm hopeful that given sort of the changes that have occurred and what we've heard from Dr. Steingast that maybe there will be something changing on this front in the near future. And as far as fisheries go, participation is still down from those pre-levels, but people have re-engaged with this and are, it's back up substantially. To conclude, I'd just like to say, really, the status of Lower Columbia River white sturgeon, well, not where we want them. They're not endangered. There's still almost 500,000 fish in the lower river. The adult population is on an increasing trend. Legal abundance and subadult abundance is significant. The population structure is at the conservation status level, that's true. But again, that sturgeon life history really protects against those periods of low productivity. And then again, given that relationship we saw, it seems like stellar sea lion abundances are problematic. Then I guess I would close and say that I think that the population is significantly robust to sort of continue these conservation level fisheries that we've been operating under the last several years. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tucker. I'll check for questions in just a second, but could you, the conservation management plans, could you send an email later and just let people know where those are in case they want to look at those?
Sure. Well, members of the commission, certainly. We have a white sturgeon, Lower Columbia River and Oregon Coast white sturgeon conservation management plan adopted in 2011. It is, and I'm saying this not just because I wrote it, but it is a wealth of information, both on sturgeon biology, but also on the Columbia River, and I would highly encourage everyone to look at it, and I will definitely make sure that the link for that gets routed around.
Commissioners, are there questions or thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I have just a few questions. Very good presentation, by the way, even if we couldn't see a lot of the words.
I promise.
Yeah, we were, I at least am missing from the slide showing the line graph of the sea lion predation to the last slides. I don't know if anybody else is that everybody? What size sturgeon are taken by sea lions?
Sorry, Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz. Sturgeon are predated, it seems, based on the Corps of Engineers information, which is really the only tangible empirical information we have. So take it with a grain of salt. It's within those viewed at the concrete at Bonneville Dam. But they appear to be taken sort of in proportion to their abundance within the population. So the answer is all sizes of sturgeon are taken by those sea lions. It is particularly, I don't know the right adjective here, eye-catching, I guess, when an adult sturgeon, when a stellar sea lion grabs a 9-foot sturgeon and, disembowels and rips it in half, it is something that catches the eye. And so I think that those events particularly stand out in people's minds. I think those are definitely problematic. Again, 25 years to become a mature female white sturgeon. But they're predating overall on the population, generally speaking, in the size structure that they represent within the population.
Thank you. And then I got a couple more. And where do they lay their eggs? What habitat do they need?
Chair, what?
Conditions.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, sturgeon are a broadcast spawner. So they spawn within the water column. You're looking for areas that they want sort of a combination of flow and temperature, but not just sort of laminar or linear flow, complex habitats, so really sort of violent water, roiling, upwelling, boiling water. So you see that in Willamette Falls, in the tail races of most of the dams. Historically, they probably would have started spawning at about the Cascades. on the Columbia, pre-Bonneville Dam, all the way up through, the rapid complex at Blaylock Islands. And then, again, every time you sort of had these fall zones on the river where those violent areas were. Now they're sort of constricted to the tailways of the dam and the Willamette Falls. Temperature-wise, white sturgeon spawn from 10 to 18 C, which is 52 to 63 or 64-ish, I think, Fahrenheit. Sorry, I'm trying to do the conversions in my head. With peak spawning between 14 and 16 C, so 57 to 62. And they typically like to spawn on sort of a descending leg of the hydrograph. So if you get a big spike, when that starts to tail off and you're in that peak zone, that's when you're going to start to see the spawn. And then their eggs are very small, slightly negatively buoyant, and very sticky, so they will adhere to places. And that big flow and violent flow sort of scours cobbles and bedrock areas so that those eggs will adhere. And if there's any fines or sediments around, because of the adhesiveness of the egg, they will get coated in sand and suffocate and die. So that's why they like those areas. It takes about, 7 days to 14 days for those eggs to hatch in sort of free embryos. And then by the time they're at the end, and the first year growth is incredible. To go from an egg that's a couple of millimeters wide to not quite, 300 centimeters, 12 inches or so, is incredible. After that, growth sort of tails off, but that first year growth is really, really something spectacular.
And one more, I know a number of years ago, there was some analysis on toxins in sturgeon. Has there been any more information on that, or what's the update?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, there is actually, I think I have a call later today with the DEQ on this to some degree. There are definitely consumption advisories out there. Sturgeon, anything that lives that long, right, and it's sort of the top of the line. Well, they are a predator, but also scavenger. It is prone to accumulating sort of environmental contaminants that are out there. So yeah, they can definitely have PCBs and mercury in them. As far as that sort of direct information, I don't have access to. DEQ, Department of Water Quality, does most of the testing on that information, and I don't at this time have an update, though I expect I will in about 4 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Willett?
Wait, Tucker. Should remind you that I have an override authority on that vote to not censor your, so keep that in mind. But in all seriousness, how would you characterize how the moratorium we put in place on retention a couple of years ago has had on your most recent trend data? If any?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, I think that the moratorium and the closure on retention fisheries, 100% concrete thing it did was it escaped some fish out of that legal slot into the sort of over legal, but perhaps not quite yet adult population essentially immediately. Okay, there were fish that were at the top end of that slot; they would have grown right out, and so that has definitely contributed to that adult population and the over legal population number. Sturgeon population dynamics by nature are decadal, right? If it takes 10 years to reach sort of the legal slot and 25 years to reach maturity, those sorts of short-term management actions are positive, and as I said, they can do that, but there are sort of legacy effects from the management that existed in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s that, frankly, we're going to be dealing with for another decade or two. So positive effects, but many of the things that were in line were sort of already in the hopper, so to speak.
Commissioner Lambert?
Thanks, Tucker. I have, Jill got one of my questions, so that answers that one, but I have three more. So, how do we know the estimated numbers of sturgeon? Is it actually when we, because you've spent a lot of time talking about that. So is it a formula that you use by doing the assessments, and then you have a formula or a mathematical said, okay, this is based on that as estimate? Because we all know that it's very difficult to estimate that. So how do you do that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lambert, we have people going around with pencils, knocking on all the doors of the sturgeon homes. Sorry.
There you go, Commissioner Woolley.
Sorry. So
I believed it.
So we have really, I think, an amazing stock assessment program going on with white sturgeon in the lower Columbia River, where we're out annually. We put out a bunch of marks, so it's a sort of standard marker capture in one sense, where we put out a bunch of marks with pit tag fish, which at a later date, not now because nobody really wants to hear me go on in detail on this, but a pit tag is a fantastic mark for a sturgeon. But we put out a bunch of marks on these sturgeon, and then we come back later through with our set lining gear, and then we do a recapture pass for these fish. That allows us to get sort of the just generalized population number, right? Number of marks is, I don't have the formula in my head, but recaptures are times the number of fish sampled in your recapture pass should give you the overall population abundance. We use that abundance and the length frequency distribution from our set line gear to apportion out and expand that estimate. That allows us to get those estimates on smaller fish and bigger fish. The gear, the set line gear we use, we put out as many lines as we can. They're 600 feet long with 40 baited hooks of varying size. So it does a really pretty good job of capturing the breadth of what's out there in the population, at least that is recruitable to the gear. That's why we talk about population estimates of about 21 inches or above. It takes till they're about 2 feet to really recruit to the gear. But from then on, we have a pretty good assessment. And so that's the sort of number, and as I said, we use that as the base, but we can also create those smaller, just individual marker capture numbers within those areas.
Okay, and then, but you kind of err on the conservative side.
Yeah, we like I said, we're looking at a couple different ways to estimate the abundance, and then use that number, and then I think buffer it further within that. So,
Okay, thank you. Two more questions. The chart that you showed, the one on Lower Columbia and Willamette River to show that. So the Lower Columbia is up to Bonneville, correct?
that's correct.
So what are the recruitment? What's the recruitment for Bonneville on up? Do we have figures to show that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, we do have that information available. Haven't put that together in this package, but in general, the further you move upstream, the lower the recruitment becomes, right? So Bonneville is still pretty active. You get annual recruitment in almost every year within the Bonneville Reservoir. And if you think about sort of the structure of the Dalles Dam tail race, that it makes a little bit of sense. There's a lot of structure. It's complex. It's where the Dalles is the rapids in French, right? There was a lot of spawning habitat there. And so you get that sort of annual recruitment in that area. The tail race of the John Day Dam is a little less complex, but you still get recruitment most years in the Dalles Reservoir. John Day Reservoir, we have a long period of sort of very low recruitment in that area. We talked about that in Ontario when we established and lengthened the spawning sanctuary up there. I think we actually did find measurable recruitment in the John Day Reservoir this year, but at very low levels. And so I don't think we're out of the woods there. And the the McNary Dam tail race is sort of the least structurally complex, so it takes a lot of water out of there to create the right conditions. And there's been some changes in the configuration of that tail race that may or may not impact. We don't know all the answers, but we are looking there. We have a telemetry study going on. We're trying to answer those questions.
Okay, last question. Occasionally release mortality. Is it, I've caught sturgeon before, and it seems like they're always caught in the mouth. It's really easy to release them. Do we have any figures on mortality like we do with salmon?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, we don't use a catch and release mortality rate in our fisheries, but in our population modeling, we do have that included. Sturgeon, I hear from people all the time that, I kept it in the bed of my truck for 2 days under a burlap sack and it was still gilling when I was done, and I was like, but why did you do that? And it probably wasn't gonna live much longer. And even if you put it back in the water, it probably didn't survive, right? So what I say to people is, yeah, they're a pretty hardy fish, right? But they're not bulletproof. So there is probably some low-level recruitment. There is a study out there, a doctoral thesis. They did some work on this, and they have an estimation of about 2%.
Okay. So
It's really low. It's a really low release mortality rate, but we do include that in our population modeling.
Thank you.
Good report, Tucker. You know, I've fished quite a sturgeon in the past, so I'm really interested. I learn a lot every time I listen to you. A question, okay, I think the department's done a pretty good job, giving some sport opportunity, but limited, and I thought it might be good for the other commissioners here that aren't familiar with the fishery to explain some of the details of the fishery. Like last year, I know I didn't actually partake in it, but I know a lot of guys that did. And I believe the days it was open, closed like at 2 p.m. And what days was it open?
So, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, the fisheries were open, I think, what did we say, May 13th to June 5th, and Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays during that time, and they did close at 2 p.m. This is an effort to try to sort of minimize impacts. There was some concern within the recreational angling community that if it was open until sunset, you might have some aspects of the community sort of double dipping, I think, on that. And so this was an effort there. I'm not sure. That seems to be met with mixed responses. Some people really like it because it does depress the catch, but if you live in Astoria and you get off work on Wednesday at 5 o'clock, then you're kind of out of luck for going fishing. So.
And it kind of made a nightmare at some of the boat ramps because everybody quit at the same time. But overall, I think it was, if it's that or no opportunity, I think everybody supports it. And then the slot limits, I think you explained that you can move the slot limits so that you can only keep a certain size fish, and you can shorten that up to where you can really do minimal damage to the overall population. And
Commissioner Hatfield,
I know, I'm sorry.
and then the other thing, is there any research done? Because I know there's a sturgeon population above Willamette Falls. Do you do any research on that up there? Is there anything done with that? I was surprised at a boat ramp there this year. I saw where there was a sign where actually it was open to retention, I believe, above.
well, Commissioner Spellbrink, there are definitely sturgeon upstream of Willamette Falls. The fishery there is not well understood, I don't think. We don't do really any stock assessment up there. There's a mix of fish that are, I guess, to be fair, within the sturgeon world, there is a bit of debate on those fish. My personal opinion is that, of course, there are sturgeon in the Willamette and have always been upstream of the Willamette Falls. The Missoula floods flooded the area to like 300 feet. So, and Willamette Falls, if you saw it in the spring of '96, was not a barrier to sturgeon. Right? We've done a lot to sort of decrease that flooding, and so it's certainly the interchange is probably much less at this point in time, but definitely there still can be. Others believe that because of the falls, that historically there may not have been actually sturgeon upstream of the falls. There have definitely been some hatchery releases upstream of the falls. So the fish up there we don't know a lot about, but there are definitely retention fisheries, but it's at a very low level.
One other question, actually, that you brought up was on the, I don't know about my train of thought. What did you just talk about a minute? You mentioned something on
Flooding?
what's that?
On the flooding?
The floods, the fisheries upstream, Willamette Falls, flood control on the Willamette, how I'm exceptionally funny.
If I think about it, I'll get you.
Other questions? I have a few of them, Tucker. Fascinating subject, actually. Could you talk about how climate change is considered and built into the risk assessments and your work on sturgeon? I know with climate change, and I've heard a few people from the department talk about how we can predict the future with the past less well with things like climate change, but how are you building that in?
Chair Wall, yeah, it's hard to necessarily predict the future with the past. In our population modeling, we have tried to incorporate, about, 80 water years or so, a long time to try to gather both the extremes and on both ends of the spectrum in the past. With regards to exact climate change, hard to know how that will affect sturgeon population. The sort of subadults, juveniles, adults are fairly tolerant on a temperature basis. That spawning window and egg incubation a little less so. Right, eggs don't really like to incubate much warmer than about 18°C, so that can be a little bit problematic. But with the, I guess, not to, I don't know how to phrase this. The number of salmon researchers, I guess I would say, in the world are legion, right? Like there's thousands and we're still answering questions. The number of sturgeon researchers in the world is much fewer, and I would say that sturgeon, while not infinitely more complex, are orders of magnitude more complex than salmon. So there's still a lot of unanswered questions out there. What we know about spawning appears to be largely flow and temperature driven on their cues. We don't know if there's also photo period or other issues that would come into play there, but there is not, at this point in time, we don't have evidence to say that if temperatures regimes are driven warmer, that spawning, and the freshet was driven earlier, that spawning would just not occur earlier. So we don't know. I mean, it might not work, right? And that there could be problems with that, but it might. And we know that latitudinally, right? Like all white sturgeon have these sort of same tolerances, and fish in the Sacramento have been around also for 200 million plus years. And so there's certainly some play there. And so I guess we're cognizant of, we're thinking of, we're worrying about these temperature things, but the answer is we don't know the answer on how this will fully impact the sturgeon population.
If I could add, Chair Wall, to that, if you look at our sturgeon conservation management plan, we have a variety of factors that we're monitoring that indicate how we're going to have and pursue fishing, and those factors they may or may not be impacted by climate change, but when they are, we're going to see it and we're going to adjust the management accordingly. So,
Director Melcher, that's a great point. Because we have this annual look,
exactly.
right? We are really, really trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on here, and that will allow us sort of a rapid response.
Right. If all we had, sorry, Chair Wall, if all we had was, for instance, we had our blinders on and all we were looking at was the abundance of spawners, we would never know whether or not there was these other impacts occurring at various recruitment levels. But we don't just use the abundance of spawners. That's one of the criteria, but there are many others which kind of capture the whole full breadth of their life history. So we will be able to react to that.
Thanks, that's helpful. A couple other questions. If I understood you right, you said that a population dominated by juveniles would be clicking along, and a population dominated by the older ones, there would probably be, you'd look at that as a productivity problem, and we definitely seem to have low juveniles in there in the lower number. Could you talk about that and how
big a concern that is and what we can do about it. The low juvenile numbers.
Sure, Chair Wall. Definitely, anytime you see in a population, right, a period of low productivity, that's concerning. But I think sort of what we have done to date is helping with that, right? I mean, like I said, sturgeon management actions are sort of the long, decadal can be, right? So by escaping those fish, as I mentioned when we were talking with Commissioner Woolley, and by sort of the protections that past commissions and you guys last October have taken with regards to sort of trying to protect these spawning areas, right, we're setting ourselves up. Sturgeon are highly fecund, right? The females can have anywhere from a couple 100,000 eggs to several million eggs at their outside, so they have a tremendous productivity potential. And growth rates are highly variable within the population. So if you have a place that's sort of underseeded, growth can be dramatically faster than when, say, it's closer to capacity. So I think that what we're doing with our current management actions, narrowing that slot, escaping more fish, protecting those adults during their most vulnerable times, working towards some of these sea lion actions, we're setting ourselves up, and yeah, it may take a while, and we're probably looking at a long time of these conservation level sort of fisheries, but we're setting ourselves up for success, and when the environment comes back around, that's going to be a good thing. If you look at sort of the history of sturgeon fisheries, they're highly resilient, right? In the 1880s and 90s, they fished sturgeon what they thought almost out, and it took a long time to recover, but lo and behold, now we have fisheries numbers. It sustained for 2.5 decades, harvests in the 40 to 60,000 range. Perhaps that was too much. I don't necessarily want to throw previous managers under the bus on that frame, but what I'm saying is there's a tremendous amount of productivity potential here, and we are taking actions, setting ourselves up for future success with these things. Not just in the management actions, but I believe keeping people engaged in this fishery is really important, right? Keeping the public interested, keeping the public engaged. Like I said, during the 1890s, they did everything they could to get rid of sturgeon, practically, and they couldn't, right? So if what you want is a museum piece, right, that nobody knows about or really cares about, I don't think we probably have to worry about sturgeon. We can just turn off the fisheries and walk away. Hang a closed sign, turn out the lights, and sturgeon are going to probably persist longer than humans. Certainly they have. But if we want these sort of vibrant fisheries, a vibrant piece of our culture, sturgeon are iconic. And I believe, but again, I'm clearly a little bit of a sturgeon honk. Then keeping the public engaged is really important, and having these fisheries that are involved and engaged with the public is something that we are also working on and doing, and that's, I think, a really good thing.
Just 1 second, Edward. You remember, I'll come back. Okay, just a second. You gotta love a species that it's especially important to have old females. I like that part. Could you talk about what we know about the numbers of the old females?
Right. So the sturgeon population in general, right, that adult population, we're looking at a water point estimate of 11,900, 3-year average of 9,400. What we know about sort of the sex structure of the population was gained through some work we did collaboratively with Oregon, Washington, and the tribes, and a researcher by the name of Dr. Molly Webb, who used to be at Corvallis, but is now at the Bozeman Fish Technology Center at Montana State. Side note, she's brilliant. You should look up some of her work sometime. But we did a lot of work looking at sort of spawning periodicity and sex ratios and all that. And so we know that sort of those sex ratios, at least within the Columbia, and again, they're sort of separate systems, are about 45% of the population are females. So that's about, so take that number and then apply a 45% number.
And what about that's female?
Yeah.
What about old female? How many, do
So
we know?
sorry, that's the adult female population. Prior to sort of sexual maturity, you can't really tell the difference. The gametes don't develop. Sturgeon are sexually dimorphic, right? But as they grow up till about 6 feet, you don't see a lot of difference in the sexes. The sex organs are sort of difficult to differentiate. And then males don't really grow that much more, right? They sort of hang out at 6 feet. Yeah, they'll continue to grow a little bit, but they're spawning more regularly. They're trying to get energy to develop that. Females will continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger because the bigger you are, the more eggs you can have, and the higher the productivity you can get. And those, and then once you start to see that sort of sexual development take hold, is when you can look at those numbers. So that's the percentage of adult females, and by that, so greater than 25, as a rough approximation.
I wrote down this time. I heard the word hatchery. Has there been some success raising sturgeon?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, so sturgeon hatcheries sort of fall into a couple of different categories. There are some, especially California, that are focused primarily on raising fish as quickly as they can to provide caviar, which is a pretty valuable substance. Hatchery fish that are in the Willamette are sort of the outcome of some of that style production. There was an attempt to have that take off sort of here in the Northwest. They captured local broodstock to do that, and those fish were sort of thought of as payback fish, I guess. Right, if you're going to capture some of the productivity from the wild, then those fish, you're going to get some of those fish back, and they were put into the Willamette. I think the last releases of those and the last take of those was in the early 2000s. There are some other conservation hatcheries out there. Especially notable are the Kootenai River and the Kootenai tribe. Idaho, they have a conservation hatchery. They're looking at 50 years plus without successful recruitment. So they started gathering that productivity in and are trying to redo them. They're being very careful. Idaho has some of that, and then the tribes upstream of Bonneville also have a hatchery near Toppenish. They're using that hatchery to provide production for some of the mid-Columbia pools, so upstream of Priest Rapids. There's some streamside rearing in a hatchery in Lake Roosevelt where they're actually catching larvae as they move down the river and are rearing those and then re-releasing. There is some consideration and work considering putting hatchery production maybe upstream of Bonneville. Overall, my answer to that hatchery question is when the natural system is functioning correctly, and especially with sturgeon, we cannot compete with the natural hatchery. We can't. They're too productive. And so in general, I think with sturgeon, especially in the lower river, better to focus on making sure that natural hatchery is functioning correctly. And so that's there. But where it's not, and it hasn't for a long time, especially upstream of the Dalles Dam, I think that there's some utility there. And with those hatcheries, they're doing their due diligence. We, aren't blind to sort of lessons learned from past hatchery practices. They're being fairly rigorous with, SIP groups and genetic crosses, and making sure that they have a matrix that makes sure you're not that you're trying to capture as much of the genetic diversity as possible within the population. So,
Really good report, appreciate it.
Thank you. Fascinating. More questions? Thank you, Tucker. We do have one person for testimony, public testimony, David Moskowitz. We may need you again afterwards, Tucker.
Certainly, I'm here all day. 9:30 show is completely different than the 7:30 show.
Glad to hear it. Welcome, David. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. We submitted some written materials in the middle of the week. And there's been some really good discussion about some of the questions we raised, so we're pleased about that. I guess to just perhaps some additional questions that could be answered with the fishery. One is that it has been talked about, there's also green sturgeon, which is an ESA listed fish, and that it'd be interesting to know what the encounter rate is for the green sturgeon in the white sturgeon fishery. We didn't see any information. I'm sure some of that exists, because I would imagine Oregon and Washington have to report to NOAA on that. But that'd be an additional question to look at. Just in general, while the information, the graphs, I think are very helpful to kind of give us an idea of what the breadth of the age classes are for sturgeon. And as Tucker says, this is a fish that lives a long time, so you can't just push buttons and expect to see immediate responses. It takes a long time to see these things. But it would be interesting, for us it'd be interesting to see a time series that is longer than, I think the earliest here is 2009, and there's a couple of 2011. And I don't know if that's just so that it fits on the page and on the screen, but it'd be nice to know what the historic abundance of white sturgeon is to the extent we know. I think Tucker made some reference to some fisheries in the 1800s, and then a number of years where there was a very high harvest rate you could report on, but it'd be interesting to know if we knew what was the population abundance, the overall population abundance. Also, was there a slot limit then, or was it kind of an open season on sturgeon, maybe regardless of size? But it would just for some historic context, we're looking at this chart in terms of abundance on page 4 that looks like, I don't know if that's the Italian flag or the French flag, the green, white, and red. But it is it shows that we're approaching a desired status, which is excellent. But it'd be interesting to know if you took the 2011 time series and pushed that back, where does that line go to historic abundance? I think that would be helpful to see just where we stand. Is this rising abundance of white sturgeon, adult white sturgeon, is that how far is that reaching back to some historic abundance? It'd be nice to see some of that information if it exists. Regarding the catch and release, I think that you recently passed regulations that push the deadline below downstream from some of the dams, and that's a lot of times that's where the fish are with that roily water, and that's probably been a really helpful thing. But I think it's important to remember for catch and release, the 2%, the measurement of that. Oh, looks like I'm over already. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll wrap it up with one more thought. Just that's for the first occurrence of that animal in the fishery. So there might be a 2% mortality rate on that first instance. But in a catch-release fishery, which is popular for sturgeon, we don't know what the catch and release, what's the cumulative. And if you're catching those big old females again and again, where does that catch and release mortality go? Those are some of the questions we have. Appreciated the response and the questions from the commission to Tucker, and look forward to seeing how we move from here. But thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the commission? Thank you, David. Commissioners, we have one more major item, and I wonder if we should take a break now and then come back and do the falconry. Then we'll have public forum and then executive session. And as I mentioned to the audience before, we will have other business after executive session. It could be a relatively lengthy executive session and a relatively uneventful other business, but I don't want to guarantee that there will be nothing in other business, just so you can plan your schedule. So let's take a break now, 10 minutes. 15. 5 minutes brought to you by the director.
for the sturgeon harvest in that area, and we would constrain the harvest based on the harvest guideline. And then it would allow a lot of flexibility for individuals to participate in the fishery, as opposed to everyone having to jam up the boat ramp on the same day of the year for the 6-hour opener or whatever it may be. So the Fish Division is working on that, and I just wanted to alert you all to that. I know I've talked to several of you individually, but I wanted to also let you know that publicly.
Questions from the director on that one, or thoughts?
Very good. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
indulging me, and we'll let Martin take over now.
All yours.
Chair, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Martin Nugent, and I'm Threatened, Endangered and Sensitive Species Coordinator in the Wildlife Division. Today, I'll be discussing amendments to Division 55, the falconry rules. The proposed amendments to this rule are a result of interactions with the state's falconry and conservation community and others with an interest and concern about our birds of prey. I'll address some new provisions and requirements that have emerged from those conversations, and also discuss a modest reorganization and streamlining of the current rules. We believe that the proposed rules will provide some important flexibility in implementation and make the rules less complex, and also make some minor administrative changes. In outline, Chairwall, these are the issues that I will address. We are reordering or moving some parts of the current rule, and this accounts for some of the deletions and insertions in the language in the draft rule. We provide some additional definitions. I shall also outline proposals which allow further flexibility in the conditions of peregrine and goshawk take for falconry, and establish rules for federal golden eagle allocation. We also ask for authorizing a new species for falconry and make some administrative changes. Very briefly, here is some context and background about falconry in Oregon. We provided some more details, at least a brief synopsis in your commission packet. The Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918 is the legal authority which authorizes falconry and is administered through various federal regulations. Oregon, as most other states, operate under a federal regulation framework which authorizes falconry programs. Oregon falconry rules were first adopted by the Commission in 1977 and have been amended several times in the interim, in 1990, 2002, and then annually from 2008 through 2014. These have included, amongst other things, amendments for the take of peregrine falcons. In 2008, 2010, and more recently in 2015, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service published revised regulations in the federal code for migratory bird permits. The Department's Division 55, the Department's 55 rules incorporate these federal regulations by reference. In addition, in 2010, in federal code, the federal updates included specific changes for and affect golden eagles. And I'll be talking about this last point, the National Flyway Council in the allocation process for golden eagles, and that last bullet on the slide, I'll return to that. In order to give you some perspective on the scale of falconry within the state, we have a relatively small number of licensed falconers in Oregon, and numbers have been growing modestly in recent years. The total number of falconers currently is 144, with 35 falling at the apprentice level, 29 general, and 80 masterclass falconers. As background to each of these categories, an apprentice is somebody new to the sport of falconry and can be somebody at any point from teenage years all the way through. But those people are required to have at least 2 years of supervision by a sponsor who is acting as an advisor and educator for the person who is new to the sport. The general class falconer enjoys some additional privileges and is required to be at least 18 years of age and allowed to possess 3 birds at any one time, either wild or captive bred. And those species are included in the administrative rule and are those species except for gyrfalcons and golden eagles. Moving from generals to master falconers, these are the group of 80 more experienced falconers within the state. They have at least 5 years at the general class level and therefore a wide experience. And just to give some idea about the numbers of permits that the department issues, that slide represents those from 2010 to the present, or at least at the end of January. And as you can see, there are between 60 and 79 permits issued annually, and a maximum of some 29 birds allowed to be taken in any one year. Well, that's what the record shows. Now to the rules. The first rule change I want to direct you to is found in Division 55002, which is in the definitions. And the first one is the definition of capture season. And this isn't new, it's been moved from section 0050 to the definition section for clarification, and therefore is placed up front in the definition. And capture season is May through February, which is the capture season, except for great horned owl nestlings, which can be taken February through June. That's a function of their biology. We also define, even though the hacking is the second bullet there, is a common term used in falconry practice, and we define it up front there, even though this is not any change in terms of what is actually practiced. And then in the third one, we refer to passage, and that means migrant raptors less than 1 year of age and is capable of flight, and that parallels the federal regulations that this falls under. Moving to species captures and held in section 0030, this deals with limitations on species captured and held. And the proposed changes that we're making clarify existing practice of taking raptors less than 1 year of age. That just simply clarifies that definition. We add and propose to add the northern harrier as a species that can be taken, and allows the addition of general class falconers to take and hold peregrine falcons. Previously, a limited take was permitted to master class falconers only, and this amendment here allows a modest broadening of the rules after more than a decade of practice of taking peregrine falcons in the state. It also allows changes in the counties that are being permitted for the taking of prairie falcons, being a little less restrictive, and reaffirms the maximum allowable peregrine take to 10. Moving on to the next section, 0035 in the rule, capture and transport of raptors. None of the provisions here are new, but essentially are reminders, and they include a separate line that separate permit applications are needed for each raptor species taken in the state. A reminder that 4 species that are lawfully allowed to be held in the state must be federally banded, and those are 3 species in the state and 1 not native to Oregon but can nevertheless be held in captivity here, the Harris hawk. And falconers also are reminded in these rules that, as previously, they're required to submit the federal form, the 3186, which has to be filled in and sent both to us and Fish and Wildlife Service on any transactions for undertaking. Moving on to a new section in the rules, this is relating to golden eagles. And by way of background, the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act of 1940, amongst other things, allows the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to authorize take, which for possession and transportation of golden eagles for falconry. In 2009, the Fish and Wildlife Service determined that the golden eagle populations were likely declining, but had little systematically collected data across the nation. The service at that time authorized a limited take of golden eagles for a wide range of different purposes, for incidental take at power installations through to taking for falconry or other things too. But it was in 2016, that the final EIS was published, and it affirmed the service's earlier analysis and decision. And the service determined then that the golden eagles can be taken from the wild for falconry through permits, and that this was mostly going to be allowed for falconry through depredation permits and orders that had been previously allowed, and those are separate permits that the Fish and Wildlife Service issues and works with wildlife services to remove golden eagles elsewhere in the nation that are causing depredation problems to livestock. So the service determined as part of that that they would allow up to 6 golden eagles to be taken each year nationally to deal with that issue, and they determined that that was compatible with the preservation of the species across the nation, and that the permit then that we're talking about that comes into this part of the rule, the federal depredation permit issued by the service is required to, in the instances where they issue a permit for golden eagles that are causing injuries to wildlife, agriculture, or other interests, or pose a risk to human health and safety. In consultation with the flyways, the Fish and Wildlife Service talked to each of the 4 flyways, and in 2018 requested the councils establish and manage an allocation procedure for placing golden eagles with falconers. The allocation is determined nationwide by lottery of qualified master falconers, and this is conducted for those states that have agreed to participate with this, and the so-called designated state Utah acts as the coordinator for this effort. And Oregon submits a list of qualified master falconers within this program to be put into this national lottery. In 2019, a pilot program was initiated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with the participating states, and that this pilot this pilot project is being continued in the way that is being proposed for 2020 and beyond. And therefore, the rules that we are proposing today bring those elements that were part of that pilot into rule, and the 0036 part of the rule establishes the new procedures and conditions for master falconers to obtain golden eagles for falconry, provides the process and conditions that ODFW requires for master falconers to qualify for eagle permit validation, and provides minimum facility requirements to hold golden eagles in captivity. And if a bird is allocated to an Oregon falconer, unless approved by the department, the authorized master falconer may not transfer the bird legally held or release it back into the wild. Moving now to section 0037, the take of peregrine falcons. The federal framework allows states to take up to 5% of productivity or production of young each year. And in Oregon, we have a maximum allowable take of 10 nestlings or fledglings that can be taken for falconry in total. And this is unchanged from the regulations up to this point, and we believe that this falls well below the federal threshold that's permissible. In our current rules, 9 of these permits is designated for Oregon residents and 1 for qualified non-residents. The amendments here are designed to simplify the rule that authorizes both the capture and holding of peregrine falcons by removing some of the conditions and requirements in the rule and placing them in the permit conditions, those such as monitoring nest sites before falconers are authorized then to take birds from the nest, and the reporting associated with that. The aim is towards less complexity in the rule, but nevertheless maintains the standard. All qualified master and general falconer class who apply in this new proposal will be issued a permit, and in these rules we are extending the as I mentioned earlier on, including general falconers in the category of classes allowed to take peregrines, which will not affect the maximum number of birds that can be taken. And what we're proposing is that, as with all other raptors, that those that apply for a permit will be issued with a capture permit. This is broadening the spread of the opportunity for birds to be taken, and also maintains the standards that we believe are still necessary. This is a species that was not too many years ago was a threatened species, and we've moved from being delisted both at the federal and state level. Had a number of years before birds were lawfully allowed to be taken in 2009, and so we've had a decade of experience and of taking birds post delisting from the Endangered Species Act. In the current rules, we clarify the requirements both for resident and for non-resident permit holders. We treat those a little differently. The process for the resident permits changes very slightly. The permits will be issued, as I mentioned, as any other raptor, but will be selected in part by lottery to take and hold peregrines. We're proposing that when 7 peregrines have been captured and taken, a random draw will be run for the remaining untaken permits up to the maximum of 10. And this will prevent the overshooting our maximum of 10 and not exceed that number, and also allow flexibility for falconers to undertake the pre-monitoring and work at nests, and also some opportunistic capture for fledgling birds once they have left the nest. Moving on to our last issue, the additional species being proposed for falconry found in section 0030 and 35. There are currently 12 raptor species that may be used for falconry in Oregon. There are, however, additional species that are allowed under federal regulations. Several of these species are not native to Oregon, however, such as the Harris hawk, or we have chosen otherwise to be more restrictive. The Oregon Falconers Association requested that the ferruginous hawk and the northern harrier be considered to add to the Oregon list of approved species. Here we are proposing that up to 5 northern harriers will be permitted to be taken each year for resident, general and master falconers in the state. As proposed, it'll be lawful for permit holders to capture and hold northern harriers just like any other raptor. In addition, birds allowed to be taken will include individual harriers taken as a consequence of lawful conservation management purposes. And in recent years, and in very particular circumstances, a few northern harriers have been taken from captivity to protect nesting western snowy plovers, for instance, where on the Oregon coast. These are cases where individual harriers have been documented and recorded of predating individual nests, and that can be traced to individual harriers that are doing the predating. So we anticipate or hope that those birds that need to be taken for conservation practices could be taken with a view to finding permanent residency with a falconer. The other species, the ferruginous hawk, at this time we're not recommending taking ferruginous hawks for falconry. The species is found mostly in central and eastern Oregon, is on our state sensitive species list with a critical designation, and is an Oregon Conservation Strategy species. It's also listed as a threatened species in Washington, and with those elements of birds moving from Washington through the state, and also the issue of the current population size and trends across the state is not precisely known, but is still reasonably small. We do know that the species is very vulnerable to disturbance, energy facility issues in the eastern part of the state has concerned us in the past. And so we know that they are facing some negative impacts from development in their sagebrush habitat. There's also, because of the paucity of data on the population size and trends, we do, before moving forward and considering this in the future, want to consolidate and work with both the falconing community, conservation groups, land managing agencies to establish how the species is doing, where they're located and trends before we move forward with this. The department has worked with a number of people over the years, and we have received both in your commission packet letters indicating certain things that we're proposing. I do want to thank the people that we collaborate with in the Oregon Falconers Association, other falconers, the conservation community. The conversations we've been having, I think, have been extremely helpful over the last decade or more, and it's a good working relationship that we have. And I do want to just acknowledge that working relationship the department has. In conclusion, we recommend that the proposals that we're putting forward here are adopted in the Division 55 rules as we have proposed. With that, Chair Wall, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the proposed rules or in my presentation.
Interesting presentation. Questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martin, for the presentation. So I just have a question, or a couple questions. Can an apprentice get a permit, or does the permit reside with the general or master class person?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Learhart, they individual apprentice falconers do have their own license, but their operations are supervised by a sponsor. And so all of the operations, especially when they're new to the concept of and sport of falconry, are directly supervised by a master or general falconer. And so there's a responsibility element, and we hope, and I think in every single case, sponsors work really intimately with the apprentice falconer with every step of the way, both in the general education before they become licensed, before they take the tests that they're required to undertake, the making of the facility, the training, capturing, and all of those things are done with direct supervision of the sponsor.
But they can get a permit. Okay, so the amendment for 635.05.5030 talks about up to 5 northern harrier will be permitted for only resident and master class falconers. So what does that mean to a apprentice who might want to?
Well, apprentice is only allowed to have one of two species. They're allowed to have one bird, which is wild taken. They're only allowed to have American kestrels and red-tailed hawks.
Oh, okay, that makes it clear.
And in the rules, we categorize the the different species that different classes can have. General is more restricted than master that has the full privileges of
Thank
species.
you.
that are
You can
listed.
see I'm learning here, so. The other question I have is, you mentioned, that you have, your Falconer Association, other Falconers, Audubon, and correspondence. Is it your perception, Martin, that, and we'll hear probably from some of them, but is it your perception that they strongly support these recommended changes in this process?
Chair, well, Commissioner Lappard, I don't want to speak for others that are going to be testifying, but we have had a dialogue with Oregon Falconers, with Audubon, and others too. So these are broadly really approved and agreed amongst us
Okay.
all.
And I will almost always bring this up, so you're gonna have to get used to it, but were they involved early in the process of developing this, or were they at the end when we come up? I lobby strongly that the department needs to involve these interest groups and stakeholders early in the process of developing these rules, so.
Well, Commissioner Lappard, yes, involvement along the way. We meet periodically, and some of these ideas have been in gestation for a couple of years, and we've been talking about the pros and cons of different things and refining them, and some things have come more towards the end. The opportunity for the Golden Eagle take has come, and the pilot for that sort of came from an external change there. We've had dialogue about that, but all of the other things we've had detailed conversations about. Some of the things we don't, the vast majority of things have totally agreed and worked through. Other things we've chosen not to pursue, and other things like the taking of Frugianus hawks, we've decided that would be better placed on hold for now.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a few, Martin, and I think Commissioner Woolley might have a few as well, but I know less about this subject than some of the others that we've already talked about, but on the gyrfalcons, the goshawks, and the red-shouldered hawks, what is the change? Do we allow take of those now, and we're changing the rule somehow? I didn't understand exactly what you were changing.
Commissioner General, no, those are unchanged. The most recent species added to the list of authorized species was the red-shouldered hawk, and that was in 2014. The other two species have always been allowed. Some of the elements we're talking about is the previous rule had some more limitations for prairie falcon, for instance, on counties that from the start when the rules were crafted, information was such that we believed that they were not doing so well in those areas. And some of those restrictions have been eliminated now because we believe that birds are doing better in some areas now than they were. And so the species have always been allowed to be taken. It's just the areas where they can lawfully be taken.
Thank you. A couple others. The energy facilities you mentioned that are a problem for some of the birds, are those the wind turbines in eastern Oregon and central Oregon, or something else?
Chair, well, yes, that's where the conversation has been relating to, I think we raised that one with the Frugianus hawk. We don't, the issues affect individual species in different ways in different locations, and yes, we're always concerned that the problems of bird strike and that sort of thing, but also with areas that have not been developed in the past, a species that is subject to disturbance, like the Frugianus hawk, for instance, in sort of, dare I say, ordinary activities that go on there. It's a species that gets used to its environment and seeing people rather rarely in some instances. And we do know that when there's a new activity that goes into an area, that they can be more at risk, and that seems to be a species more vulnerable to disturbance than others. But we do know that species do, in time, accommodate to disturbances, and move into areas that once we might not have expected them, bald eagles in Portland, for instance. So changes happen for sure, but with that species, we're still finding our way.
Thank you. I know this is a small program, a relatively small program, but what's the funding for it? Is it other fund, general fund, primarily?
It's a mix of funding, yes. The permits and licenses raise some of the revenue, but otherwise it comes from and I think general fund funds as well.
And my last question, and I have a family background of sheep ranching, so I think I can ask this question without making people think I'm picking on the sheep ranchers, but I am curious about this one. When people take golden eagles to get them away from sheep, and so they won't go after the lambs or whatever they're doing, has that happened in Oregon? Have any of the draws provided that service in Oregon?
Sure, well, that's an interesting, we have had some impacts in time with eagles in general in the Willamette Valley, but those have not come to that level of an issue. Most of the depredation permits that the U.S. Service issue and that wildlife services carry out the operation in the field are mostly in the Midwest. And so the allocation process that we're talking about for birds that may find their way into falconry in Oregon are mostly birds from, could well at least be birds taken from other states that enter that national lottery, and then through the national lottery, if there's an Oregon falconer that happens to win that, then we could find a bird coming here.
And if that did occur, would the sheep rancher pay that, or do we cover it?
The cost of wildlife services operation, I'm not sure about how that comes about. No, I don't. The detailed cost about getting the birds to Oregon might be a shared thing with the falconer that would be the lottery winner. But the operation itself is a matter between, I think, the Wildlife Services and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thank you. Looks like we just came up with another addition to that answer, huh?
Kevin Blakely, Deputy Administrator, Wildlife Division. And as Martin mentioned, the issue for the Golden Eagle allocation is a flyway. So as the Oregon representative on the Pacific Flyway Council, it's at the National Flyway Council. That's where the allocation process was brought forward, and then it's their process adopted, and Fish and Wildlife Services, the agency, then interacts with those rules for the National Flyway Council. In those rules, it states that the individual lottery winner pays to go get the bird, pays for very certain expenses, but most of the other stuff for capture is all done by Wildlife Services. Yeah, and the most recent birds, as Martin said, have come from the Midwest up to like Wyoming, but have also included Utah.
Other questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know a lot about falconers, so you have to bear with me. Most of my knowledge is probably from birds of prey exhibits. So just follow up on Chair Wall's question. She asked part of my question. So it sounds like these golden eagles that are taken, do they become available for ownership by falconers, or are they killed? Are they relocated? I'm not really clear on what happens to those birds.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, those birds are so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would issue a depredation permit in this instance. And then there's already a list of falconers who have been selected in that allocation lottery. That falconer then, so they are going into private ownership by the falconer. And the states can then do more specific rules on what that means when that golden eagle comes to their state for that falconer. And that runs a breadth of rules similar to what Oregon has, or in some states, ownership by falconers of a golden eagle is prohibited. So sometimes it's allowed in that state, sometimes it's not. You'll note in one of the Oregon administrative rules specific to the process that the release back into the wild of a bird that is taken, a golden eagle that's made available, the falconer is not allowed in the rules that Martin has it for your proposal. That was primarily out of the flyway discussions in regards to eagles coming from a depredation event. So if that was a bird who had learned some different things about that, that is not a circumstance where it was felt that's a good thing to do, is to then hack or, potentially release that bird back to the wild with that history.
Okay, thanks. So do all the species respond equally well to training? I mean, there are a lot of different species of birds here, and sometimes I think about, say, training a hunting dog, and sometimes some work out well and some don't, they end up not being selected for hunting out of litter. What if the bird doesn't work out for training? What happens?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley. Yes, that's a good observation. I think different species, there are definitely differences between different species, how they behave. It also depends upon the age the birds are taken. Also depends on the skill of the falconer. So if it doesn't work out, then birds can and are hacked or released into the wild, and that can happen in consultation with our field, so that the species is released in the right area at the right time of year, and so all of the marking jesses and other bands that are on the bird are removed, and sometimes the US Fish and Wildlife Service band is put on, but those birds are released into the wild.
Okay. And then on your table, this is for under apprentices, may not obtain more than one raptor for replacement during 12-month period. So what circumstances would cause replacement?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lloyd. Before I answer that question, one thing I should have said too is that release is not permitted if it's a captive bred one or if it's a species that's not native to Oregon. That's critically important. If a bird is brought from eastern states, if not native to the state here, then that's not lawfully allowed to be released.
So it's captive bred and it doesn't work out as a training bird, it stays in the possession of the falconer.
Yes.
And that's just a...
Yes. And that is also part of the federal regulations too, so that we repeat that in our own rules, but by reference that's outlines there. And replacement there is by birds do escape. Obviously can die too, or they could have been released, and so replacement considers all those different options.
And greenhorn owls are on the list.
Yes.
It looks like you do pretty thorough background checks, and the facilities are checked or evaluated prior to administering a license. Yeah.
Chair, well, Commissioner Woody, yes, we have a checklist of if it's a new facility that we have outlines of the standards. We don't have an absolute design standard that has to be followed, but certain conditions have to be met.
Mm-hmm.
And when a new facility comes into operation, they are inspected by our field staff and approved. So it goes through that check at that time, or if there's some major modification to an existing structure.
So it's beyond the information that's provided in the permit that
Yes.
is followed. So just bear with me. Does the master class teach how to remove and handle fledglings? Or do any of these training classes include that in the training?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, we don't have a detailed list of things that are part of that education process, and the idea and hope is that sponsors will guide the new falconer through all of those things, and even if it's not something that they themselves, because they're not taking birds from a nest, but as part of that education, this is not a fixed curriculum, but we hope that new falconers will be exposed to all of those things that they'll eventually come to do. And also that when they progress through their own experiences and years of doing so, that education never ends, and hopefully those that are wiser and experienced will provide that guidance when needed.
Okay. Yeah, I think back to Dave myself here, but it's the late 70s, really tragic situations with California condors and removing fledglings and having mortality there. And so it does make you wonder about the training. And to be good at climbing, you can get to a nest, but are you experienced in handling those birds and trying to prevent trauma to those birds? So winding down. What's bird abatement?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, abatement is a process that we don't permit, but is an activity that uses trained falcons to do a number of things. It might range from abatement to remove scare crows from downtown Portland to patrolling berry crops, grapes where predation from starlings occurs, and abatement in those instances that flies a predator, predator in the form of usually a hawk or falcon, over the crop, and it moves the birds, usually birds depredating the crops, moves them from the areas where they're causing damage elsewhere.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that term. And then I wasn't clear about, just kind of getting back to this training again. So there's the training sequence, there's a permit, there's a license. Is permit and license, is that term interchangeable, or is that different? And then the other part of the question is there's an exam where there's an 80% or higher written examination. And so I'm not clear how all these things kind of interact with each other in terms of training falcons.
Chair, well, Commissioner Woolley, the examination, to answer that point first, is when a new falconer comes in as an apprentice, or has, the other side of things, if the falconer has been in falconry for some time, but a number of years have lapsed, and a license is not being sustained over that time, they're required to take a written test, which has been crafted and not actually put together by the department, but approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the idea is to get a uniform standard across the nation. So when the new falconer passes the test, that is then good forever, hopefully. And then the first step then is for a license to be issued at the different levels, and they're then converted from apprentice to general to master. Now, a licensed, for instance, master falconer will apply for a permit, a capture permit, annually to take bird of prey from the wild, and it's the permit that is issued to enable them both to capture and hold the bird in captivity.
Thanks for that clarification. Have there been mortalities from rapture capture here in Oregon? Or injuries, mortalities, and are those reported?
Chair, or Commissioner Woolley, it does happen. It's very, very rare. Happen, and they are. We do expect a report from any incident that either injures or kills a bird. But in my time, that's been very few instances where that has happened. Birds can have an accident in a trap, other things can happen, but we hope that with the skills that a skilled, experienced falconer will have and develop, that lessens the risks. It doesn't totally eliminate it.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Any other questions? Then we do have 4 people to testify, so we may ask you back up afterwards if you're available, so thank you. The four people, I think what we'll do is call up John Goodell and Trent Seeger together, because I understand your testimony is connected, and then Bob Salinger, and then David Peterson, and each person will have 3 minutes, if you will. So, John?
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm John Goodell. I'm a past board member of the Oregon Falconers Association, and also serve as an advisory position at the North American Falconers Association. Also am a wildlife biologist in addition to being a falconer, and president of the Oregon chapter just as of last night. Now past president of the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society. I just wanted to take this opportunity, since falconry is such an obscure topic, I thought I'd go into a little bit of background about falconry and the history behind regulations before we I am here to ask for your support for these rule changes, and certainly support them. The definition of falconry, although simple, is important, I think. Falconry is the taking or the pursuit of wild quarry with a trained bird of prey. And although abatement professionals, like we discussed earlier, or raptor educators that do flight demonstrations, or raptor rehabilitators who use techniques to condition raptors for release, they all may use falconry techniques. Those practices, although using those techniques, are not falconry. That falconry is a hunting sport, and our community feels pretty strongly about maintaining that focus and heritage as what falconry is about. And although it's a very old sport, and it dates back to almost the dawn of civilization in Eurasia, falconry sort of saw a resurgence in North America after the war. And interestingly, unlike other parts of Europe, falconry came out of a group of sort of conservation naturalist community, a small group in the sort of 40s, 50s, and 60s. People like John Frank Craighead and Morley Nelson and Fran Hammerstrom, who was one of Aldo Leopold's first grad students. And so when they were, of course, realizing that raptors were under a lot of persecution at the time, there was no rules protecting raptors. DDT was a big issue that they were concerned about, and coincidentally, a lot of fish and game agencies at the time did not have rules permitting falconry as a method of take. So although they weren't necessarily protected, there weren't a framework for falconry existing state by state. So this small group of people got together, formed North American Falconers Association, and then in the early 70s they realized the need for and proposed a set of uniform rules, which were the basis of the falconry regs we have today. So essentially this is a self-regulated community in the sense these group of people said we should have testing, we should have an apprentice sponsorship model, we should have facilities inspections, and we should have regulated take and all these things. So this group of people formed this draft at a WAFA meeting, or the precursor to WAFA in 1971, and that those set of rules were then adopted essentially by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the uniform rules that made up falconry, and have been amended since. So we're very concerned about the conservation of birds of prey and the proper practice of the sport, and I think it's notable that the community was interested in self-regulation, essentially. So going from there, I'm not on time. If I have just a second more, 1 minute, sorry, I apologize. One thing I do want to mention about peregrine take, to give you some context, is that peregrines in Oregon are very difficult because a lot of the access, or a lot of the population is on the beach, and the beach is administered by and large a lot by state parks, and state parks prohibit trapping. Although it's raptor capturing and fur bear trapping are different things, they sort of interpret it that way. So because of the difficulty of trapping birds on the coast, most falconers want post-fledgling peregrines because they're fit and they're raised by their parents and they know how to fly. They don't necessarily want ISs. That's why falconers have had very low success in the coast and in the mountains. So there's some context to why success has been so low. So this sort of rule change will at least modestly improve that potentially. So if I have any other questions, I'd have to ask.
Great.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Trent Seeger, and I'm the past president of Oregon Falconers Association and been an officer there for more than 10 years. Also a wildlife biologist and forester by training, including raptor research. I'm here to support these regulations. I work closely with Martin and his staff on this, and we brought a lot of these forward. To echo what John was saying, we are really concerned about raptor conservation. Thankfully, what falconers are interested in lines up well with the biology, which is that roughly 60 to 85% of all the young raptors born each year die that year. And that's why we're allowed to take only the young birds, because their chance of survival is below 25%. We are also limited to a maximum of 5% take of each species, and that's based on federal regulations. We currently take less than 1/10 of 1% to 1/100th of 1% of each species. In other words, we take 20 birds a year out of the wild. I can assure you that many more birds are taken out by electrocution and automobile strikes and lead poisoning and other concerns than any impact we might have. Nonetheless, we do care about those raptors being captured and cared for, which is why we support the apprentice program, including that they're limited to red-tailed hawks and American kestrels because of the ease of care and ease of training of those birds. I just want to say that probably the most important issue for Oregon falconers is the ability to have peregrines from the wild. And while our success rate has been really low, we do think that's been limited by the number of permits. So we agreed that the quota could stay the same, even though the numbers have gone up in the wild. We agreed that the quota could stay the same, but just have access to those permits to see if we could try to fill them. In Washington, they've done this, and they still rarely ever reach their quota. So they issue 100 permits, and they still only get about 8 birds taken. And in closing, I just want to say we worked really hard with Martin and his staff, and the Oregon Falconer Association supports these regulations.
Thank you both.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The Portland Audubon has proposed 2 changes to the draft rules that the department is proposing. One is to eliminate, they oppose the elimination of the requirement that falconers permit take the falcon from the wild notified within the 7-day period. And then the second, they oppose the shifting of the date by which the permit applications from March to April. What's your opinion on both of those? We'll be asking all the same question. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, so the reason it was hard for us from March to April is that most falconers are wanting post-fledgling peregrine take, and so a lot of falconers are actually just winding down their season in February and thinking more about capture and trapping in April and May. So the move of that to April lines up with when we would be applying for other wild take of merlins or sharpshins or goshawks. So we do support that. It just gives another month, a month and a half for falconers to put their application in to get the permit.
7-day notification.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they were opposing.
I'm just going to read directly from their letter. We oppose the proposed rule change to eliminate the requirements that falconers with permits to take peregrine falcons from the wild notified ODFW 7 days to nest entry. In other words, the rules eliminate that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think what ended up happening is there was, one instance on the coast, I think that was, where some citations were issued, and it created some, hard feelings. And as you can imagine, like any hunting practice, there are people that break the law. And in this case, after this one instance, they added a lot of complexity that almost essentially dropped the successful capture of birds to 0. I mean, the average year to year, it's 1 bird's taken, and you might have 2 years go by and 0 birds are taken, and then 1 bird's very low. So there's so much layering on top of, you've got to coordinate with so many things, and you've got to figure out so much that it just became almost prohibited. Having said that, as I mentioned before, most falconers would prefer a free-flighted fledged bird. But in general, that seasonal window that we have up to August 31st, because of the thing I mentioned about state park, administered beaches, the difficulty of coordinating access to an eyrie, it has essentially functioned to sort of almost stop a successful take of a few of those birds by a licensed falconer to a certain degree. And so just giving a little bit of help would at least, we expect to see a modest increase in success, but it won't be, we will probably never achieve the allocated numbers per year.
And just to clarify, so that requirement was before entering nest. We're still required by law, both federal and state regulations, to report any bird taken from the wild.
Yeah,
That's right. So.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I'm just curious about your apprentices and where they are. Are they spread across the state, or are they mostly in the metro area? Are they what's it look like?
So I would say in general that the apprentice requests come from primarily from urban centers, so Portland, Salem, Eugene, Springfield. Apprentice success is more closely tied to living in a rural area, just because falconry is such a challenging hunting sport and it's such a dedicated and committed endeavor. So we have, I would say, roughly 95 to 99% of all people who contact your department to become a falconer drop out before they ever get their license. And then of those who take the exam, roughly 85 to 90% of them drop out of the sport within the first 3 to 5 years. So we see this, we get about 100 interested people a year. Let's say that 10 of them take the test or 5 of them pass the test. And then really, by the time they've moved into their general falconry years, they're already, well, they might have moved a job or gotten married or had children, and suddenly you need an extra 3 hours a day for your bird, and you just don't have that. So there's just this natural waning where that they're dropping out across time. So there's always a lot of interest up front because it's so exciting, but it just doesn't always hold.
Thank you both. Bob Salinger.
Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Solinger. I'm the Conservation Director for the Portland Audubon Society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these amended regulations today. Audubon has worked with falconers for a long time, very constructively in a lot of cases, on rehabilitation of injured birds, on bird abatement, as Commissioner Williams mentioned, on other projects as well. We've also dealt with some of the problems that come with falconry too, through our rehab center in terms of injured birds and those kinds of things. I would say that the vast majority of our interactions have been very positive. We appreciate the work that's gone into these rules. We also appreciate the outreach that Martin has done with our community. Martin has kept us abreast of things throughout the years and in this process as well. We do have some concerns today, and we think these are primarily around the entry of wild peregrine nests. It's not about the take of peregrines on beaches, it's about entering peregrine nests. This is a species that was recovered from near the brink of extinction. We were actively involved in that. This is a species we still should be keeping an eye on. These are very difficult nests to enter. They're typically on cliffs. Peregrine falcons can be tremendously aggressive. They're also sites that oftentimes have real constituencies with them. There's a lot of people that tend to watch a lot of our peregrine nests, keep track of them, enjoy them. So it's a place where there's a lot of potential conflict as well. We don't think some of these rule changes make sense in that context. The first is we do believe that it is critically important that falconers notify ODFW 7 days in advance of entering a nest. They are required to monitor that nest to make sure that they know what the chronology is so they enter at the right time and don't do harm. Simply notifying ODFW that you're entering this nest at this time allows ODFW to head off potential conflicts, notify groups that may be monitoring those nests and they see somebody going in and not know what's happening, and to make sure that they have done their due diligence before they go into that nest. A simple phone call or email should not be prohibitive. If it is, we should be asking why. Number two, we do think the date change doesn't really make sense, because if you're gonna actually do a nest entry and do the monitoring that's required, you probably need to get going by March 1st or mid-March. So delaying the application till later and then the approval means that falconers who are going to do nest entry aren't going to have their approval until it's too late to really do the monitoring that's required. So we recommend just keeping it early so that if people want to do it, they can do their due diligence and get into those nests and make it work. Lastly, we would really urge ODFW to add a requirement. I appreciated Commissioner Woolley's questions about this regarding people entering nests should have 2 sets of skills. One is climbing, the other is raptor handling. We're talking about hanging off of a cliff with peregrine falcon adults flying at you, trying to get youngsters that could leap out of that nest. It's not a lot to ask that people who do that have climbing skills and raptor handling skills. The fact is, right now, A falconer with a permit can enter a nest who's never climbed before, and they can also hire out that process to a climber that's never handled a bird of prey before. That to me makes absolutely no sense. They ought to have both when they go into a nest. If not, either purchase your raptor from somebody who breeds them, or take them post-fledging after they leave the nest when you don't have the risk of disrupting a nest and causing real harm. So there are other alternatives available. I would question why we'd ever let somebody go into a nest without those two skills. I'll end with two things quickly. One, we think the rest of the rules really do make sense. And I would particularly note not being allowed to take young falcons, only being able to take falcons to the ages of 15 and 24 days of age. If they're younger than that, there's a real risk of death because they're not typically really well able to thermoregulate. If they're older than that, they can jump out of the nest. So those dates make sense. They're still in there. Please keep them. And then in reference to our request to think about wild goshawks, deer falcons, and red-shouldered hawks, they have been permitted for a long time. We just think that these rules were created originally at a time when people weren't thinking about wildlife watching as much. And these are particularly difficult species for the public to see, particularly deer falcons. And so I think over time we need to rethink and rebalance these things out. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Then David Peterson.
I've prepared some copies of my comments for you to review in case with all the comments that happened. You forget some of mine? My name is David Peterson. I'm a retired U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist. I worked for Utah for 10 years as a non-game biologist, handling the peregrine reintroduction. I did my master's on raptors in Northwest Utah, and I've been a falconer for over 50 years. Long time. I came up all the way from Roseburg to make some comments to support some of the written material I provided you. None of it will affect me. I'm an old master, so I'm exempt from almost everything I'm going to propose. But I do a lot of sponsoring of apprentices, and I would recommend that the commission and the department make some changes on their age classifications. But right now, you have to be at least 12 years old to be an apprentice. The rest of the state and federal regs pretty well allow everyone 12 years old. You can go hunt a deer or a duck with a shotgun at 12 years of age. I don't see the justification in not allowing someone to walk around with a little 1 or 2 pound bird on their fist. They have a sponsor, they have to have a sponsor until they become a general. So he's there to take care of them and the bird. So there's a safeguard built in. Also, lowering the general's age from 18 to 16, which again matches the other states and the federal regulation. The way it's set up now, I had a 12-year-old person who wanted to be an apprentice. She had to wait 2 years to get her license. Then she got an apprentice license at 14, but she had to wait 4 years before she could become a general. Whereas all the other states, well actually Oregon also, only require 2 years in apprentice. But because the general age is 18, they gotta wait 4 years. I asked ODFW about that, and they said, well, we think we overlooked that. Well, and they've been telling me that for the last 15 years. I would support consideration of lowering that. It doesn't take rewriting the regulations, just changing a couple of numbers. Getting into the biology. I would like to recommend that the ferruginous hawks be included. Now, I realize they have some sensitive issues. The department could close them in those counties along the gorge where there's a lot of wind energy development.
I don't have a problem with that. But I did my master's again, and Perugian is one of the species I work with. I respect Martin's comment. I don't see that the Perugia is all that sensitive compared to the other species that inhabit the sagebrush. They seem to get along quite well with a limited amount of disturbance, which is what you usually have over there, except in those energy areas, and I can appreciate the concern there. But if closing a few of those counties, but allowing take in the others would be my recommendation. And there's really no reason to put numbers on these birds, because as we've already discussed today, falconers have never been shown to have an impact on any raptor species. And having a very small cape of furge would help. Again, I'm kind of anti-numbers. One, if I may.
You just have, you're a little bit over, so be very, if you
Okay.
sort of wrap it up.
One thing I wanted to dispute, Mr. Stollinger's comments about handling raptors. A climber normally who goes into a cliff is probably at least a teenager. He's handling a 1 or 2 pound bird. I can show someone in 5 minutes how to handle that bird to protect it, and also to protect yourself. So, if I may look real quick here. Okay, that pretty well sums it up. Thank you, ma'am.
Questions? So, sir, you mentioned that the other states are at 16. All the other states that have raptors?
I did a lot of phone calls. Again, as a federal biologist, I work with 6 different states. To my knowledge, all of those have. And I contacted a bunch of them to get copies of the reg. I got about 3/4 of them back. Almost overwhelmingly, they all have the same ages that I'd recommend. These below 12 and 16 for generals. Oh, one more thing.
Let me see if anybody else has
Okay.
a question first. Other commissioners have questions?
Okay.
We really need to move on.
There's absolutely no biological reason they could not be handled by general falconers. They've never been more than 1 or 2 taken in the state in the last 10 years. 99% of the gerfalcons that are obtained by falconers come from captive breeders. So there's no reason biologically that the generals can't have it, and certainly they have enough experience. They're no harder to handle than a peregrine or a prairie falcon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, excuse me, any more questions?
No, I think we don't have any. I was gonna see if commissioners wanted to bring staff back up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin, would you mind coming back up then? Any other questions of Martin or clarifications?
I'm just wondering about this age reduction, and I don't know if the gentleman from the Falconer Association might weigh in, but I'm just wondering what, maturity of kids, it varies so much, and their ability to, anyone's ability to just take direction and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts about age reduction for this?
Commissioner Woolley, this is a matter we've considered, and it's not directly a conservation or wildlife management point of view, except to say that we did have those conversations when we first amended the rules and compliance with the federal regulations back in 2011. We had that conversation with the falconers, with the Oregon Falconers Association, and considered what is in the rules currently was what we landed on. Take Mr. Peterson's point about his experience with somebody who can be very different at 12 and have the experiences and all that sort of thing. It's very difficult to be precise. But I think there is a difference, though, between hunting with a gun and hunting with a raptor. You've got the both the care and the time that it takes to take care of a raptor. Yes, given some kids might be very able at a younger age to do that, but the responsibility that goes with it, the time that it takes, the cost of it, all comes down to parental oversight and guidance too, and the sponsor, of course. But we still consider what we have, even though the federal regulation framework, which we lie within, allows the 12 minimum, being more restrictive, and what we have agreed with the Oregon Fountainers and others to, what we have in rule is what we felt was the best option to go with. And we would certainly recommend sticking to things as they are.
Thank you. So just, Martin, would you respond to Mr. Salinger's comments? He had two proposed rule changes, and do you have an opinion on that from that perspective?
Commissioner Lamhart, those are all good points, and there are others relating to monitoring and the notice to our field staff are all important issues. And what we're not doing away with those. We do have in each permit conditions and guidelines in the permit, which we have had for a number of years, that we repeat both elements of the federal regulation and our own. And those elements that we discussed are not going away. We do require that notification through the conditions of the permit. And having them in the conditions of the permit do allow flexibility to craft things that are specific that we need to have in without the rulemaking process, but the framework is there. We are given authority within the current rule to do that. And we feel that's an important thing to retain. Both the 7-day element is important for our field staff to know that people are going to a site, a peregrine site, so that at least we can explain to a member of the public what's going on if need be, so we're aware of that. And also the monitoring thing we feel is critically important too for a falconer to adhere within the ethic and the regulation of taking birds of a certain age, knowing the number of birds that are in the nest, the condition of other things that need to be done during monitoring are all important, and they will still be retained.
So I just want to clarify. So if I'm correct, Martin, the proposed rule change is to eliminate the 7-day notification. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lapper, we're removing some elements from the rule itself. The rule itself allows us to craft conditions appropriate for the take of individual species. Peregrines, I think, are a difference, and we are crafting within those peregrine-specific permits those conditions that still will require monitoring, and the 7-day notice and all of those things are still going to be there. So we're not doing away with that, and we feel that's important.
That clarifies it. Thank you.
So just a follow-up question, if you're going to keep the requirement, and actually on that one, I think it's a good idea to keep the 7 days, it makes sense. Why not leave it in rule rather than put it in the permit? Because it sounds like that's what you're doing with it.
Yes, Joe. Well, we're removing a number of things in the rule, including that there are elements that we feel that crafting the flexibility of certain things, that the number of how monitoring might be done, we have a protocol that we think is we can change and adapt, be much more flexible and responsive, and we feel that since we have the authority and the conditions of the permits have equal weight, and even if we repeat them in different places, having them twice is okay, but we just feel it's makes the rule itself less complex to look at up front, and the individual permits, when falconers receive those and we have conversations with them, we can craft those more easily. If there's a change that needs to be made, we can make changes in the conditions, and we've had good examples where we got it slightly wrong in rule or even in the permit conditions themselves, and we had the flexibility of agreeing a change and acknowledging that and making that change and correction in the permit.
So then, just to be clear, both of the items that we're talking about here, the 7-day notice and the moving the date from March 1 to April 1,
and whether that gives enough time to monitor. You would keep those requirements, you would put them somewhere else, correct?
That's correct, Joe. Yes, the other point too is that by moving that date for permit applications, it doesn't have anything to do with monitoring. Falconers will go in and do the groundwork that's needed even before that time, before a permit's issued, just scouting things out. And the other part of that too is that it's most trapping doesn't happen until way after that, into May, and so just providing that deadline is just a more workable thing. Transager mentioned logistically and administratively, it makes things a little easier for us, and in the field, the practical difference in the field will make none whatsoever, at least in our view.
Clarify then, it could be changed administratively and you wouldn't need to let the commission know if that was changed, if those requirements did go away, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Jim. The other thing, we also put in other guidance things that are in the federal regulations, so it's free, a one-stop shop, it's easy for people to see that. It also just outlines the areas that are closed, and as was pointed out in one of the questions and answers, the Oregon beaches managed by Oregon Parks and Recreation Department's out of limits, so we put those sorts of conditions in as well, which is not in rule, but nevertheless is important.
Questions? Jill?
Yes, I have just a question about the gyrfalcons. Is there a reason if they are all or primarily captive raised birds, or in other words, they're not taken in the wild for most of them, that we could not let the general permit people have them, or put a condition that the general permit people could have them if they are the captive raised ones?
Chair Wald, Commissioner Zarwitz, we having captive bred ones, of course, that's an option now that birds breeding readily in captivity is a relatively recent thing, and that can obviously happen. Birds are available. Clearly, a captive bred one comes at a cost, so there's that element to consider. But there are very few that are taken from the wild, and these are all birds during the winter period that are migrants to northern Canada, Alaska. So we allow 3 to be taken, at maximum of 3. It's very, very rare that we come anywhere close to that. So I really do feel that how we have things in regulation and rule right now is adequate. I don't think there's a problem that needs to be fixed currently, but we certainly will keep that under review and come back to the Commission if there should be an issue and a problem.
So if they're bred in captivity, they would still be limited to 3, or is that only because they would be caught in the wild? That would be
Chair Wald, Commissioner Zonowitz, yes, it's only 3, a maximum of 3 can be captured from the wild each year. So that wouldn't make any difference.
But a master falconer could purchase one, and there could be 10 captive bred ones purchased in the state without.
Yes, a master can keep unlimited numbers of captive bred. There's a limit on numbers of wild taken. The general level, only 3 wild birds can be held at any one time. So there's a natural ceiling there. And with an apprentice, that of course that doesn't apply to, can only have 1 wild taken bird. So they're not allowed to have gyrfalcons, as I mentioned. It's just kestrels and red-tailed hawks.
Are they particularly more difficult to manage than, say, a peregrine? So, I don't know if one of the falconers wants to answer that, or.
Chair, well, Commissioner Blumowitz, yes, I'm not the best person to answer that question. I don't know that they're difficult in captivity, but that might be a question for falconers rather than for me.
Can we have, very quickly though, if you will, yes. Thank you.
For the record, John Goodell, Falconer. A breakdown of that is, yes, deer falcons there's a couple reasons why they are considered a little more difficult. The wild-taken birds have a susceptibility to a fungal respiratory condition called aspergillus. They live in an Arctic environment, and aspergillus is a fungal spore. And so it's sort of an immune system thing. You need more ducks in the row. They have a susceptibility to bumblefoot on the bottom of their foot. They're very big, heavy birds, and so because they don't get a lot of speed and they can't naturally land on things in certain conditions on a perch and falconry, they're susceptible to bruising, which turns into bumblefoot. And so an experienced falconer prevents bumblefoot. They put them prophylactically on anti-asper medication. And in terms of behaviorally, they're just an incredibly powerful, incredibly intelligent falcon. And so they are, in my estimation, a more challenging species. Peregrines, called the falcon gentle in the old, text, were named that largely, to a large degree because peregrines are incredibly forgiving, natural falconry birds. And deer falcons are I would say, they're just a different ball of wax.
Unless there's more discussion or questions, I would make a motion. I move to adopt OAR Chapter 635, Division 055 as proposed by staff, except to keep the requirement for notifying ODFW 7 days in advance of entering a nest, and keep the permit application dated March 1 and not April 1st to provide time to monitor nests before entering. And then I would also, as an aside, direct staff into developing, in collaboration with Audubon and Falconer Association, some kind of climbing and handling competency requirements for licensed holders. Is that a clear?
Yeah, that is clear, and I'll just note for the record that the language that you're proposing to keep regarding the 7-day notice is on attachment 3, page 11, lines 15 and 16, and regarding the retention of the March date, that is on attachment 3, page 10, line 28.
I guess I'll wait and see if there's a second, and then during your discussion, if you want to say something.
Second.
Well, I just wanted to speak to the third component, and that is the concept that we at the Department of Fish and Wildlife are in any position to develop what is appropriate climbing, training, etc., is not something that's really it's not in our wheelhouse, in our professional portfolio, and so I just don't want to overpromise that we're going to be able to deliver on that particular component, whether it be in the short term or the long term.
What jurisdiction would you say that would fall under then?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, I don't know. I don't know what government entity would have the expertise to declare whether folks were well enough trained to climb in certain situations or not. There may be such an entity. I just don't know what that is, and maybe Martin wants to add something as well.
Chair Wall, might I just interject? We have had in our permit conditions for a number of years a condition on the peregrine permit which states permit holders or their designee are advised to ensure they have adequate training on aging young peregrines, safe handling of young raptors in difficult field conditions, and safety in rock climbing, including rappelling on rocks, on cliffs to nest sites. So we have that. which we felt was as far as we could go, which I think is pretty good. And we, again, if there's any questions or issues that come up between the permit holder and the department, we're very happy to talk about it, but I'm not sure we have the professional competence to precisely describe what that would look like. I think we can say what issues we're concerned about, yes, but not the other elements of how you do it.
Chair Wall, I agree. I appreciate Martin pointing that out. But advising people what kind of training they need is much different than us, rubber stamping and saying, yes, John Goodell, you've got the necessary training. So it's different advising versus actually certifying. So.
Okay, we have one more comment from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then we'll think about whether we want to amend the motion to have or to include or not include the third part.
Yes, I guess I just want to understand. My understanding was that even though sorry, I'm trying to stop my sneezes from going all over the room every 5 minutes when I sneeze. So, my understanding was that the 7-day thing could be written in. Explain that again, because I feel like it's as a permit condition, so you're not taking that away. You're putting it in when it's needed in terms of a species that has conditions that need to be addressed. Is that kind of true?
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, yes, that's absolutely, it's in the current permit conditions. It's one of 24 conditions that we have, and it states quite clearly, and has for several years, permit holders must contact in person or by phone the appropriate ODFW biologist in the district or watershed in which the nests are located at least 7 days prior to proposed nest entry, and then it goes on. So that is a requirement that has to be fulfilled.
So does this motion, is it redundant on that, or does it change it from what the department is asking us to approve from your perspective?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I believe it is, but I think we are covered adequately, but I leave that entirely to you. But
Right.
My suggestion is that all of these conditions, plus many more, really capture what we feel is appropriate and necessary.
Right.
And that's specifically for peregrine falcons.
So I'm going to try a compromise here. So I agree with the third part. I think if we're requiring climbers and those kind of things, potentially we have liability issues there. If we're saying, well, you didn't meet that, well, I'm going to sue you. So I think we definitely want to eliminate that. But in terms of the proposal here, I think the speech from Commissioner Woolley was just dangerous, but I think he's saying we ought to codify that in OAR. And what staff's saying is, well, we already do that in policy. So if we could say, if we could have something that says something to the effect that if you propose as staff to change that 7-day, then you'll come back to the commission and say, we're looking at changing that policy, but I don't hear staff saying that. You're going to keep it in there so that we have an assurance that it is being covered, but it's not identified in writing in OAR. So would that make you feel any better if the staff came back to us? Or
Like a necessary step. And what I'm not clear of is how the 7-day rule is an overly burdensome regulation, which is the only argument that I think would make any sense, but I'm not quite understanding what the burdensome aspect of that is.
I haven't heard anybody say that it was burdensome. I've heard it the only thing that I've heard it said is whether it goes in rule or goes in the permit as a condition, it's the same effect, and it's just cleaner if it's in rule, because then we don't have to wait and hear if it comes back. The requirement's the same, correct?
Chair, well, I might just point out that in 0037, we already have in that on page 11 on line 6, it says permits issued will include conditions crafted by the department. The following general conditions shall apply to all residents, and then it goes on describing the things that we've already talked about. So in the rule itself, it does allow for conditions that we feel is appropriate to be put onto each permit, each category of permits that we feel is appropriate.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, well, I would just add that it's adding those two components back into the rule or into the rule are certainly workable. It's not, that's not a deal breaker, so to speak, from our perspective. Telling us to certify climbers, I just don't want to overpromise there. We're happy to look into it and talk about it, but whatever we come back with may not be as satisfying as some would want on that.
So for clarification on that third point, and also for Commissioner Labhart's clarification, so I'm not asking for the department to take any responsibility. The motion is to look into it. So in other words, have that discussion, Port Audubon, have a discussion with the Falconer Association, and maybe come up with some thoughts or some considerations. But again, not a primary responsibility of our department to implement.
So could we have the motion read back to us so it's clear on what we're voting on?
So the motion is I move to adopt OAR Chapter 65, Division 055 as proposed by staff, except to keep requirement to notify ODFW 7 days in advance of entering the nest, each permit application date at March 1 and not April 1, to provide time to monitor nests before entering, and to direct staff to look into the process or what it would take. That's a little extra wording, but to develop some kind of climbing and handling competency requirements for license holders. And in collaboration with Port Audubon and the Oregon Falconer Association.
I support the first two. The third one, I think we could just direct them to do that. Because it does seem like it's an awkward thing to put into a rule, to direct staff to look into something.
Yeah, no, that's an aside. It doesn't need to go into rule. It's separate from the two motions.
Okay.
So, sorry, I'm trying to grasp what we're doing here exactly. I agree with what you're just saying. It feels like a separate ask for the department in terms of the climbing piece. Did we, are we also changing the date that was requested in the department's proposal from in? Okay, so what, I guess I want to understand your purpose for that when I want to understand the logic behind that.
Sure, as I understand it, it would leave time for people to, if you're gonna take a young bird out of a nest, you would have time to monitor it and know how old it is, and you would, so that you don't do damage to the chicks, and you get the right age, and you know, it's to protect the birds and not have them be harmed by that taking. It gives us that month to do it, and that's the time when it could happen.
So Madam Chair, I think I heard the director say that the department doesn't have any issues with 1 and 2, so I can go with that. I think I agree, I'm pretty sure I agree with Commissioner Zarnowitz. I think asking staff to look into I don't even know what a certified climber is, much less. So I think we're setting up staff to say, well, what do we look into here? I think we're kind of reaching too far for that. So I think I've heard that it's not that big of an issue is what I'm hearing the master person tell us. It's just not that big an issue. I just don't think it's that big an issue.
Commissioner Woolley, could I offer a friendly amendment to accept the first two parts of your motion, and then separate from the motion or the rule, we direct staff to look into the issue?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
thank you.
that's-
All right.
and maybe that
Then
wasn't
if
clear.
that's the case, then I would second your motion. If it's not, is it, I'm sorry, I don't want to limit discussion, but are we? No, it has.
Just for clarification, already has a second.
In that way.
Oh, that's right, you already seconded it, sorry, okay.
But she was separate already. She just proposed an amendment to
An
that
amendment to
that, so that is the second.
So it was a friendly
Amendment.
Yeah, we're all on.
That amendment. The same motion. Yes. So I think we have a motion and a second. Could we have a vote? Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Did everybody vote? Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have one person opposing.
For the record, Commissioner Spelberg was opposed.
Thank you all. I think that concludes what we needed. Thank you. And Kevin.
Thanks. So Chair Wall, I think we'll kind of shuffle the agenda here. We'll do public forum, then we'll go to lunch. That will allow our public forum folks to speak rather than have to sit around. For lunch and executive session. And then I do, just on follow-up after the falconry discussion, I think there certainly is some climbing certifications out there. I mean, there are professional tree climbers, and I'm sure there are, but how applicable it is to cliff climbing and who does the certification and who signs off, those are all, the concerns that we have to as a director. So we'll look into it and keep you again.
Thank you. Just really quickly, just say that I think what is really ultimately trying to be expressed there is a careful ethic. And hopefully we communicate that always when permits are issued, and also that we just kind of carry that feeling of respect for the permitted, right? And it matters. Good point, and I think that we certainly heard that from staff today. That came through in the report. Thank you all. So let's move to public forum, and the first one is Dale Webb talking about mule deer population in eastern Oregon, and hopefully you can keep it relatively close to 3 minutes. Before lunch, you'll be a popular man.
Yeah. For the record, my name's Dale Webb. I'll claim no affiliation today. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. I took my first buck in 1968 in Murder's Creek unit. The deer herds then are a long past memory as compared to herds today in that unit and across the state. But we cannot live in the past. Much has changed across the landscape, and there are new realities that face our deer herds and us today. Where are we today? Mule deer herds were at 56% of population MO in 2018. In the same herd population estimates, 19 units were below 50% of MO. Our mule deer are in trouble. Radio collar survival studies are showing an average doe survival rate of 79%. This amount of mortality is not sustainable with the current fawn production and recruitment rates. It's time for a bold and decisive move, which is why I'm presenting this proposal that you have before you. My proposal is simple: close at least one unit for 5 years of deer harvest. Allow the buck ratios to move back to a more natural state and document the results. Then institute modest harvests that maintain that herd at population MO and good mature buck ratios. If we are successful, this management plan can be used in surrounding units across eastern Oregon. While it may appear contrary to increased deer buck ratios to save does, it actually comes down to simple math. The higher the buck population in the unit, the lower exposure the doe segment has to predation. This aspect will most likely influence poaching losses too. Without growth in the doe segment of our herds, we will continue the long, slow decline in our herds we see today. Regarding mature bucks, you will read many studies that claim mature bucks in deer population have no effect on fawn ratios. Yet these studies do not study the fawns all the way to adult recruitment. None of these studies actually quantified the level of mature bucks on the landscape. They only looked at buck ratios. As in most western states' management plans, mature bucks are highly sought after and harvested. There are few units in the West that truly have a stable mature buck component in the herds. Returning mature bucks back into our herd will bring them back to a more natural state and return unseen benefits, something that simply has not been studied. If we are successful, we'll have a healthy herd again. Hunter harvest will once again be allowed at modest levels as compared to today, but in a more controlled manner in regard to mature bucks. Amorous hunts would once again need to be utilized. In wrapping up, Oregon mule deer's herds are running out of time. We must move quickly and decisively, and all options should be on the table. I would hope you will give this proposal a fair look, and I will be more than willing to meet with you or staff to flesh out any details.
Let me see if there are questions. Could I just ask one, and I assume that you will be looking at the regulations that apply to this as they come up, because we regularly look at this. Were you already part of that, or you would plan to be part of that discussion when these are in front of us?
I will be trying to give input into that process. I've already been on to the new website forum that you've had.
This
We're
is
waiting for the new stats to come out.
Yeah. And it's an important issue, and it did come up during our regulation discussions before, so hopefully we'll follow those and be part of it. I don't know if that one specifically, but this issue about the mule deer, yeah, definitely. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, there is a question, go ahead.
So your proposal was, basically the basic proposal is to close units for a certain amount of time.
Correct.
But, I mean, I see in your letter here, you have, you address, predators and everything, but that's not part of your proposal as far as controlling predators in those same units. I'm afraid if you do, it just seems like man is always the last, he's the predator that gets controlled the most. And if you don't control some of the other predators, like we're seeing in the sea lion situations and that kind of thing, then I'm not sure you gain too much if you just control us, get us out of there, and then let the predators take over. If you don't have a target area, maybe that same area is a target area. That should be part of the proposal, is to have those same areas that are closed also a target area for say cougar predators, that kind of things, to keep the predator level down too. Otherwise, I'm not sure you gain anything.
And you'll read in there where I address why I haven't proposed that. I'm not against proposing that. I think it's just a reality of the situation that we have at hand. We have not been able to manage our predator populations to our benefit. We're not Utah or Colorado with low cougar populations. And it's a legislative environment and a citizen-wide environment that prohibits this management. So I just didn't want to beat my head against that wall. This is the only solution we have left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And for waiting through the whole morning. Let's see, the other one was Dave Moskowitz and Coldwater Refusal.
Thank you very much, Chair Wall, Director Melcher. I really appreciate the opportunity to have the public forum, and I know you're an advocate of it, and appreciate that. Members of the Commission, David Moskowitz with Conservation Angler. This topic last was discussed at your Ontario meeting, and 4 of you were there to hear that, but I wanted to, it's an important issue for particularly Columbia River, but elsewhere. and wanted to speak about it briefly with you to keep this issue in front of us. So I'm going to start out with some really basic stuff since there's a couple of new people here. But what is a cold water refugia? It's basically a tributary or a receiving plume of water that's at least 2 degrees centigrade or cooler than the receiving body of water. So we'll use the Deschutes. The Deschutes comes in cooler than the Columbia, particularly starting in August. And so that's one of those cold water refugia areas. And why are they important? With the Columbia River or the Umpqua or the Rogue warming up due to seasonal conditions, low flows, and possibly climate change effects, salmon and steelhead that are migrating up are facing warmer water during their migration. Tributary streams coming from healthy watersheds or groundwater come in and bring cold water in those warm areas. The fish pull in and they stay there for a certain amount of time because they're trying to save energy and get higher dissolved oxygen rates. The EPA identified 191 sources in the Columbia below from McNary Dam down to the mouth. They prioritized 23 of those and they identified 12 as being critical to successful salmon and steelhead migration. The problem is, the reason this is important is because when steelhead and salmon hit 64 degrees, they start becoming stressed. When the temperature hits 68, they stop in these cold water areas for days and weeks. When the temperature just increases a half a degree to 68.5, research shows that the residency increases for steelhead in those areas from weeks to months. So angling, even catch and release angling, can have an adverse impact on ESA-listed steelhead and salmon within those areas. Actions taken in 2018, 2019, this commission secured a cold water refugia at the Deschutes. Washington limited angling in Drano Lake in 2018. The commission directed staff to start rulemaking in 2018, again in 2019, on the Columbia in particular, and statewide action has now been proposed. Staff proposed a series of public meetings at the June 2018 meeting in Burns, and again October in Ontario. So those packets show proposed rulemaking. In Ontario, the staff noted the commission would be asked to begin rulemaking, or maybe conclude rulemaking, by April 2020. So the time is nigh. The reason there's an urgency to act is that the abundance forecasts for salmon and steelhead in the Columbia are continuing to be low. It's very likely that the Columbia River will rise well above 64 and above 68 degrees, and this will happen regardless of snowpack and stream flows in the spring. The evidence in the scientific literature show that survival should be enhanced by the cold water refugia. The findings from EPA show that the fish that are pulling into those are actually not benefiting. They're not showing a survival benefit. And the EPA and NOAA have said it's because of angling. So that's the rub, that's the critical issue that you address by changing what happens in cold water refugia from an angling point of view. We believe, and I know I'm out of time, we believe, to conclude, Oregon needs to work with Washington to address cold water refugia in the mainstem Columbia. There are other areas on the Umpqua and the Rogue that get temporary attention, but we need a statewide and a more active rule that can go into place when the conditions arise, rather than having to address it on an emergency basis. And we ask that you try to address this now, this winter, spring, before we are again faced with more of a crisis by late July and early August. And appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, to send in some materials. Some of you have seen that before, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know I'm right before lunch, so it's an unfortunate time.
Might be fortunate. Thank you, and we do have a question, Commissioner.
Yes,
Go ahead.
and bear with me. I'm getting, it's because of my cold, my brain's also not working. That's my excuse for this meeting. Next time I'll have to have another one. You said that angling is who was saying, what data point were you pointing to on the angling in the cold water refugia as a bigger part of the problem?
So the EPA in their report that came out in October pointed to that they're studying the survival of fish moving through, and a lot of these fish were tagged, so they're able to track them as they move up the Columbia River, and ultimately, hopefully, get to their natal rivers to spawn. So when they were able to track those tags, the fish that had longer residencies in cold water refugia benefit actually did not show that. Now, there's other factors that obviously affect these fish.
We're getting fished or because they were.
Yeah, it's not, in other words, fishing is not the only reason that the survival problems in the Columbia. Those fish have to go through a bunch more dams. There's a conversion rate that includes a lot of factors, and one of those could be the fact that they are, some of those fish are actually still barged down through the Columbia, and there's recent findings that those fish that are still transported have lower survival than fish that are migrate in the river as juveniles. So there are other factors, but you think that this area was going to provide survival benefits for these fish, and that's not the case. So there are several reasons for that. Angling is one of those. It's the one that you, as a commission, retain the most authority to address. So that's why we believe this is addressing angling within these cold water refugia identified, whether it's in the Columbia, the Umpqua on the coast, where there's warm water and cold water coming together. The fish are going to be there. The anglers know it. They know where these areas are, and the angling can be intense. It's the honey hole. It's the bucket. So that's why angling is an important thing to address.
Other questions? And as you know, we don't act on things coming in public forum. That doesn't mean we forget it. We will follow up, but we don't act on those.
Yeah,
So thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that, and just simply wanted to, since the department has been talking about rulemaking, we just want to keep that issue in front of everyone. And I know that a lot of times I'm usually kind of a bearer of bad news, or acting like everything's terrible. I'm going to leave you with a couple copies of the Osprey here, and it has an interesting article about hatchery fish in the North Pacific, but it also has two positive articles, one on the Skagit and one on the Rogue, that different writers wrote, talking about success stories about fish populations. So I want to leave those with you, and I want to thank, again, Director Melcher and Michelle Tate for allowing me to speak today. And just the one thing I noticed that I thought was so impressive, I know I'm going on, but here we are. We have these pages tacked together without a staple. So it's that old saying is, how can you improve on a paperclip or a staple? And we did. So we always got to be thinking about new thinking, and I commend you for that. But anyway, thank you very much. Sorry for that. And enjoy lunch.
Bear with me, Bear with me, I need to read what happens next. So it's in the record. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will now meet in executive session to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection as authorized by ORS 192.6602F. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision will be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back. And we will have other business afterwards too. So thank you all. We're breaking for lunch and executive session.